Hello, everybody. How we doing? Purple Gold Anime Hero, thank you for subscribing at Tier 3 over on Twitch. I certainly appreciate it. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Natalie Lush. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Avalon of Babylon. Congratulations to your middle sibling. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Electrician. That's a really great username. I like it a lot. Welcome. Hey, Winbee. Oh, VCC TV. This is one of my favorite shirts, too. You got 2 interviews this week. Great news, Gamer G. Hello, Ashley. Yeah, we got some white names in here. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Let's see, have I missed anyone who's poked their heads out this stream? Hey, Punky Gal. Hello, everybody. I'm broke, someone hunt the white names. Got the vaxes? Hell yeah.
Riverboat Chidori.
Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Robber Adset, Kairyu. Oh, y'all. I'm tired. I've been doing things today. Been editing away over on the YouTube. Hope you guys enjoy the videos that have been going up. They should be a bit more consistent in the future. The main thing right now... Oh. Thank you very much, Paladin, for gifting a sub to Winbee and for the creative lyrics. Doing things is overrated. Yeah, I went for like a 5-mile walk. I'm tired. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the video of Roseanne Barr and the quartering for some godforsaken reason publicly bonding over shitting their pants. In the video, you can even be like, you can even see me be like, oh man, I can't believe he's bringing up this story. It's so embarrassing. And then she goes on to talk about how she also shit herself in public. Ain't no way. Oh, it's so good, Avalon of Babylon. It's so good. The quartering had Roseanne Barr on his show, and they bonded over shitting their pants. It was wild. Absolutely wild. Yes, highly recommend you guys check it out. This is just one of the many benefits you get when you subscribe over on youtube.com/riverboatjack. But yeah. Can Jeremy not go 1 week without being an embarrassment? No. Thank God. What would I do with myself if he didn't? Kairyu! Thank you for gifting a sub over to Avalon of Babylon. Getting all the channel friendos subbed up. We're gonna have to do a BWA lore segment. I mean, there's not really like that much lore. It's just, you know, I as a child wanted to play the Scrabble word, bwahaha, and as we all know, that's a word. If it wasn't a word, then how did Bowser say it in the Super Mario games? Checkmate, atheists. Anyway, I went to try and play that word, and my mom said no, because bwahaha isn't a word. And I explained this and why bwahaha is forever entrenched in my memories. And then someone tried to be cheeky about it, Paladin Lost, and typed it in the text-to-speech, and the text-to-speech couldn't read bwahaha, or rather, it could read blah ha ha ha, but it couldn't read bois. You know, so there was a long string of blah ha ha ha, blah ha 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 ha, and then it was supposed to end with bois, but instead text to speech read it BWA. And it was very funny, and it tickled me quite a bit, and now it's just become a thing. We must build on the lore of BWA. What is the rap group? Blahage with attitude doing now? We doing Trump? We're probably doing Trump. I took a very long walk today. I was working on the YouTube channel. I only just got home a little while ago. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. That's the BWA attitude. But so the long story, the short story is I haven't had a lot of time to prep stream, so I need to find all the links to things that we're going to cover. But we are going to be going over Donald Trump's big day in court, because it's honestly been freakishly terrible. Like, you know, like your expectations were already through the floor when it came to Donald Trump, but it's worse than you ever possibly could have imagined, which is a good thing for us because we get to sit back and laugh at it. It's quite funny. Oh, it was real bad? Oh, it was so bad. I would go so far as to say this is maybe one of the most devastating days Donald Trump has ever had, legally speaking, you know? Let's see. Okay, we do have to talk about Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm. We do have to talk about that just because it's very funny. We also have to talk about tankies. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that as well. Kairyu, goodness.
Our resident tank enthusiast.
Kairyu, thank you for gifting a sub to Rondo. That's very kind of you. Todd Pemper, best of life to you. Best of life to you as well, my friend. Yeah, I had a really good day. Okay, I need to tap the videos that I've been taking a look at recently, because I covered a few things that'd be really interesting to talk about on stream. What if... Oh, yeah, I also, I came across this video and I started watching it, and it's actually super, super interesting. There's a channel called Real Life Lore, and I don't agree with all of their takes, but, I watch it to give myself at least like a somewhat of an understanding about international politics. And I did not realize that there was such a geopolitical schism between Turkey and Greece. I did not realize that. That's not a part of the world I typically pay a ton of attention to. But, like, they have their own, like, Cold War situation going on where, like, their fighter planes will just, like, buzz each other, and sometimes they shoot they like will shoot individual planes down. It's crazy. I like how they're also both in NATO. Yeah, so like it's a very interesting situation. Metal Kitty Mom. We all love Metal Kitty Mom, don't we? I know I do. Okay, we need to talk about this. The FTC filing antitrust stuff against Amazon. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We also have to talk about... Oh, also, this isn't. I don't feel like we need to talk about it. Gay Fesh is going to be coming on the stream on Thursday, I believe, and we'll probably talk more about that then. But y'all should check out Demon Mama's video on the Brianna Wu situation. It's really fucking good. It's really, really fucking good. Just linking that in chat for all y'all. Also, just out of grim curiosity, I peeked into some of Hassan's videos on Taiwan. And if you guys wanted, we could do a deep dive on Hassan being alone on stream talking about Taiwan, which I think might be even more interesting than watching him debate Ethan Klein. I think he's going to be worse about it, actually. Let's see, we also have to talk about Cenk Uygur running potentially for president. We'll talk about that. Tibet or Taiwan? Well, we already talked about his takes on Tibet. But I found like a clip where he's going over like a video about Taiwan by himself, as opposed to like trying to, portray himself in the best light with Ethan. Okay, we got a new Ammon animation. We gotta cover that. Of course. There's so many things. I wish I had had like another hour to prep today, but I did not. Okay. Yeah, Cenk Uygur. Saw the animation is good. Nice. Thanks, Todd Pemper. I appreciate the compliment. And I do need to tweet out stream. We want to go over this new study about the effects of minimum wage. We're also going to go over California moving to prevent child labor exploitation in a really cool way. Yeah, we got to talk about Bernard Carrick, of course. It's real big news. Oh, we gotta do dating advice. We gotta do dating advice if you want to hit on trans people. Of course. Okay. I need a jack now. We're gonna do all of the things. Talk about trains. We'll be talking about the trains. Maybe. Who knows? Okay. God, we have so much to talk about. I need... Yeah, here we go. Okay. Organizing all of my tabs. All of my tabs. Da-da-da-da, okay, do any of you happen to have the link to God. I'll just find it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. How we all doing, folks? Okay, we gotta get that one. Gotta get this. Talk about the high school melodrama. Okay, but like, I don't really. Oh God. So, I know we could talk about like the Diane Feinstein thing. I do want to say I'm going to take the opportunity. I was 100% correct. What was happening to her was elder abuse, and literally everyone involved with that should be ashamed. But I also think that it's pretty worth noting that one of her top staffers that was managing her day-to-day affairs is, I believe, the daughter of Nancy Pelosi. And I think that that is pretty suspect. So that sucks, but it also explains exactly why they were able to literally push her until she died. So, you know. Oh God, do we all, should we, is it worth going over the Keffels shit again? Do we need to read the new hit piece about Keffels in the Mary Sue and like just go through that again? Do you think they found evidence of Keffels being ungodly racist that doesn't have something to do with her buying a cookbook on noodle-based dishes? There's new Keffel shit. It's not new, as far as I know. It's the Mary Sue published an article about how Keffels is like the worst thing, a real scourge. It's just a noodles article. Okay. It's honestly really bad when you look into the sources behind it. Maybe worth it. I mean, I'm thinking about it because I looked at like the first paragraph and I was just like, this is gonna be real dog shit. Let's see. What else do we have here? Do 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 do. You're not showing me the things I need to see. Okay, this will dovetail nicely with the Cenk stuff. We'll talk about Kenya a little bit. add this to the Trump pile. Throw this over there in the other pile. We just got so many piles of information for you guys. Oh yeah, we also have to watch the trailer for the new John Woo movie. John Woo is coming out of retirement to make a movie, and I cannot tell you guys how fucking excited I am for a new John Woo movie. I'm so excited. You guys have no idea. Please tell me there are dubs. No, but I did watch, I watched about half of it, and there is a slow shot of a balloon rising up into the air, and it's very reminiscent of the doves. So, yeah. That works for me. It works for me, too. It's so good. It's so, so good. Okay. Do 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 do. Oh, we also need to talk about how the lawyer who sued Alex Jones for like billions of dollars or whatever, for like his entire net worth. Yeah, he's suing Elon Musk now, so that's pretty fun. We'll talk more about that. We need to talk about this as well. This is not a fun story, but it is an interesting story. Um. Are we just starting? Yeah, I'm organizing live, baby. I'm organizing the entire stream up front live. We should. We're adding this one to the Newsom pile because we do need to talk about Governor Newsom. Unfortunately. We also need to talk about COVID. So that's a thing. So many things we have to talk about today. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about this as well. Drop that into stream. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We are very disorganized today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Let's throw this up there. And we gotta get... What's his butt? Okay. All right. I think that's what we got. Thank you for watching that riveting stream of me just looking confusedly at the screen for 20-30 minutes.
Bosh Rad. White name bad. BWA.
Oh, Kyryu and Paladin, thank you both for gifting a sub to Sweet Myths. I really appreciate it. Clip the segment? Yeah, just me mumbling
Send
to
Mommy
myself.
your dragon type energy chat.
All right, folks, we've got so much to talk about today, but you know, we gotta start off with the best news of the day, which is that John Woo is returning to filmmaking, and it's gonna be great. He is making a movie called Silent Night, and yeah, it looks about the most John Woo thing you can imagine. So let's check it out, shall we?
Shots fired! Shots fired! All units, please respond.
Sending Jackson type energy boo woo.
Get it? It's Silent Night! He can't talk! Get it? Get it? It's on Christmas and he can't talk! And it has... Yeah. I have no words except I am extraordinarily excited to see it. I need birds or it ain't John Woo. You missed the shot of a little balloon floating away. You missed that shot. It's very Dove-esque. You have no words because it's Silent Night. Yeah. Oh god. Balloons aren't birds. I don't know. I've heard balloons are fake, and so are birds. So it makes sense. Fuck. It's so good. I just, it brings me a lot of joy. It brings me joy, and it's silly, but also like it's silly in that way where it's clearly taking itself serious, which is the best kind of silly, you know? On top of that, like, stunt coordination done by the team on the John Wick films, like, you know, John Woo and the stunt team from John Wick are going to be so fucking sick together. It's gonna be so sick. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I love John Wick. I love John Woo. The two Johns together at long last. Wick Woo, Wick Woo. Yeah. You know what? Also, this reminds me, a lot of y'all slept on Stranglehold. Okay? Stranglehold was an amazing video game. Okay? It's literally John Woo, but he made a video game. It's so good. It's so good. Here's the E3 2007 trailer, okay? You know it's gonna be good, though.
Honor is his code.
I've got to send someone good. Someone clean. Someone the cops won't watch. Gotta be you. Don't. I'll take that as a yes.
Vengeance is his mission.
Is there no one who can kill this cop for me?
I told you not to go in alone.
I didn't. Brought my true friends.
Bloodshed is his only option. In 2007, Chow Yun-Fat returns as Inspector Tequila.
Let her go.
Come and get her.
Stranglehold. come.
Oh, yeah, by the way, this was a canonical sequel to Hard Boiled. So, yeah. Yeah, no, it's real. You guys, if you didn't play it, it actually plays really nice. It's so much fun. And you can get it on Good Old Games right now for 80% off. So, you should probably do that because it's very good. You can get it on PC. Inspector Tequila. Also, if you guys haven't seen Hard Boiled, you really should. If you haven't seen it, here's the poster. It's if this doesn't convince you, you need to see it. I don't know what will, okay? I don't know how I can convince you to see this movie. Boom. Cop, baby, shotgun. Let's go. Is that a baby? No, it's a baby-shaped gun. It doesn't even look real. But the best part is it's a John Woo movie, and this is like what made... I think this is like the movie that made John Woo like famous, at least over in the States. It's so good. I'll watch it if the baby talks. You'll never get him to talk. Okay? That baby is like a vice. You won't get a word out of his lips. You guys with your emojis. You little zoomers, you. Starring Cop, Baby, and Shotgun. I'll watch it if the baby learns to be a responsible gun owner. Oh god, what if the movie just ended with the baby like crawling over to the gun and shooting the villain? Oh god, Redcliffe and Face Off are so good. Yeah, we should honestly we need to have a Discord movie night. It's been a long while since we had one, and we should get like a consistent like monthly one going or something. Broken Arrow is also really good. It has been a long while. I'm sorry. I've just been so busy. Face Off is John Woo? Yeah. He brings that unhinged energy. Honestly, the fact that John Woo and Nick Cage haven't made more movies together is very disappointing. Okay. I will need to use the bathroom soon, so we're going to do short segments. Okay? Short segments. Okay. Now, folks, it turns out COVID didn't go away when we ended, like, pandemic precautions. Turns out diseases don't care about whether or not you arbitrarily start or end something. They continue doing what they do, spreading from people to people and, you know, generally reproducing as is their wont. And the numbers aren't great for the coming COVID season. In fact, they're actually quite bad. Let's just pull this up here. Yeah, like as of just a couple days ago, New Jersey, their healthcare networks are starting to reinstate mask policies. A lot of hospitals are reinstating their mask policies as well, which makes sense. And luckily, more vaccines are coming out for the new variants that are kind of getting around the either the natural immunity or the vaccine immunity that people had over like the last year or so. But you gotta actually make sure you take those. You actually gotta keep getting the vaccine in order to have up-to-date protection, because again, what COVID is now isn't what COVID was 2 years ago. So yeah, when you go in to get your flu vaccine, get your COVID vaccine too, okay? Because the numbers have been going up, and it's actually pretty scary. But luckily, it's not going to be like it was in 2020. Mostly because we now have a combination of natural immunity and vaccine immunity, and that is going to prevent people from getting so sick that they need to go to the hospital and thus overwhelm the hospital system. That being said, people still seem to think that it's over, and it's just not. And so I'm just here to be like, hey, if you aren't vaccinated, go get vaccinated. There's literally, like, no excuse. It's available everywhere. Go get vaccinated. And if you don't, it will wreck your shit. CNN did, like, a really short segment a few days ago about, like, conservative, anti-vax folk who are now coming down with COVID. And it's destroying them.
Clive Ellis, one of thousands of patients suffering with COVID-19 here, stretching Michigan hospitals to the breaking point.
When did you know you had to come to the hospital? What were you experiencing?
Also, worth noting, like, this is record high Michigan COVID hospitalizations. This is going to hit Middle America a lot harder than the coasts, because the coasts learned their lesson already, but Middle America is predominantly where a lot of these anti-vax holdouts are right now. So you're going to see situations like this in Michigan, Wisconsin, etc. if you don't get vaxxed.
Oxygen numbers were down in the upper 60s, lower 70s.
Oh dear, that's very low.
Yeah.
What does it feel like?
Feels like a wreck.
Unvaccinated, this is the 66-year-old's second bout of COVID-19. Whatever natural immunity he had.
It's my second round. This is way worse.
And this was worse than the first?
Yeah, and the first one was bad.
Didn't help. His message now?
Would you encourage others to get vaccinated now, though?
Yes.
How important is it? I mean, how bad is COVID?
It's terrible. You don't want it.
Still, there are those like 62-year-old Deborah LaRoche in the COVID unit for a week now who says vaccination just isn't for her.
I didn't want to be vaccinated.
You did not want to be vaccinated?
No.
Do you think you'll get vaccinated after this?
No.
Why?
I should be okay now.
You think?
Just the tone of his voice. Why? And she's like, well, I'll be fine now for a bit, but then you could just get vaccinated instead of getting sick again. Because the disease mutates over time. That's how disease works. The flu of this year is not the flu of last year.
Yeah.
The sickness,
Hey, chaotic
death,
kitten.
and seemingly endless suffering taking its toll on those who come to work every day to save lives at Lansing's Sparrow Health.
The other day I had my first panic attack and I didn't know what it was. Like, I'm a nurse, I should know these things. And I drove to work and I couldn't get out of the car. And I'm like, what is going on? And it was a full on, after I sat there for a minute, I go, oh my gosh, I'm having a panic attack. Like, I did not want to come into work.
Stress, tension, anxiety on the face and in the lives of every healthcare worker here.
I've gone home a few days and had days where I just cry. And as a mom, it's really hard because my kids then are challenged to see that. So I have to put on a brave front for them too. But it's awful.
Though most staff here are vaccinated, Sparrow has no vaccine mandate for its workers and is still suffering a shortage of staff.
I don't. This is where I'm just like flabbergasted. How do you not have a vaccine like requirement of some kind in a hospital? Like you're in a hospital. You're treating like the elderly for a variety of different things. You want to be a vector for giving like a deadly ailment to like any of the thousands of people who come through the hospital? God damn, dude.
Worn thin by stress, endless shifts, and treating preventable sickness and death.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And again, this segment is just pleading with you, if you aren't vaxxed, or if your vaccine is, you know, close to like, you know, you got it like a year ago, it's time to get another one. It's time to get it again, okay? I want you guys to be safe and healthy, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, okay? And the consequences of not getting vaccinated or just being lax about this are catastrophic, you know? Here's a segment from PBS about long COVID, which is frankly a little eye-opening because one of the things that we haven't really talked about with COVID are its long-term effects, right? Those are things that are only just now starting to come to light. And some of these things can involve like COVID deteriorating like your neurons, continuing to attack your organs after you no longer are symptomatic. It is really bad. So let's just here's just a snippet of a PBS segment, okay?
Long COVID is very difficult to see. Like almost every aspect of this condition serves to hide its own reality from public view. This attitude of needing to live with COVID means that you also must live with ignoring the people who cannot move past it.
At first I didn't take it, I didn't think it was going to impact me because they were saying that it was older people or people with prior conditions who needed to be worried about COVID. So it wasn't until about 2-3 months later when I wasn't getting better, I'm dealing with these doctors and they're not believing me.
Today, I'm 33. I've spent my entire 30s housebound, severely disabled with this condition. The idea of a bike ride is a distant memory. I can't really read books. I used to listen to music for 4 to 8 hours a day. I can only listen to music for about 10 to 20 minutes at a time. And so it's the quality of life with this condition is truly unfathomably low.
People who have long COVID are, for obvious reasons, struggling to work, to pay their rent, to do basic activities of daily life. And there's very little in the way of support for that. I'm not sure you could ever say to someone, your risk is 0 or you're definitely going to get it. We're just not at that point yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it can literally age different parts of your organ structure so that it's closer to the point where normally that organ might shut down from old age, except it's, 30 years early. So yeah. By the way, I would recommend checking out Homozygote, if you guys aren't familiar with, COVID content, very knowledgeable about that stuff. And, yeah, it's good stuff. Go check them out. Please get vaxxed. for your own good and your own safety, even if you don't care about the people around you, get vaxxed. For yourself at the very least. It's so important, Shaloon, but like, you know, I don't want to seem like we're just kind of skipping over it, because it just kind of became like the background radiation of a lot of people's lives, you know, and I get it, but we also need to remember it's still a thing. So, yeah. With that, let's play a little game. Folks, say you see a cutie on the internet and you decide it's time. It's time to shoot your shot. Okay? You decide, that's one hot honey. I gotta let her know that I have feelings. Attraction feelings. You know, you might compliment something about her outfit in a picture, or her, you know, maybe even if you want to get a little spicy, her body, okay? Now, this happens often, okay? We all know that. Could you make it sound a little less gross? No. Specifically because today we're going to do a little thing I like to call how not to hit on a trans person. It's a very new segment. I just came up with it, okay? It's not going to be recurring, hopefully, but you know, how not to hit on a trans person. Now, you might say, Jack, well, in my approach, obviously I should open up with something like, hello. How are you, even? You know, just to make sure it's like striking the right tone, the right courteousness. You know, you want to be a little bit deferential. You want to like get her roped in, you know, assuming trans lady, you know. And then you probably want to add like some kind of compliment of some kind, like, you look really nice. And then you probably also want to relate it to something along the lines of, you know, what they're interested about. I saw your Godzilla plushie in that picture you're taking. It was really cool. Where could I get one of those? And from there, you can like talk more about Godzilla plushies, and then, you know, slip a couple more compliments. You know, if you got some riz, you can be like, "Damn girl, you look so hot. Are you some of Godzilla's nuclear breath?" Like, you know, you can get a little bit creative like that. All right, and she can be like, "Ah, titter titter titter," and then continue talking about, you know, like whatever topic you're talking about at that point, right? So this guy got the first 2 memos. You know, say something like hello, ask how they're doing, and then completely disregarded the last one. And I'm here to tell you guys that step number 3, being able to, you know, give a compliment of some kind and then hold a normal conversation if they're interested, is really key to this this strategy of approaching trans women online. So here's a perfect example of what not to do. Hi, how are you? Never been with a tranny before, and never been with a man. I'm straight, but I like watching transgender porn. Now this is the first sentence, okay? This is just the first sentence, all right? This is just the first sentence. But I got a few notes. Okay? Number 1, when hitting on a person, it's a good idea to avoid using a slur that would usually be used against said person. You know, like, generally speaking, I would advise against using the N-word when hitting on black people. That, just as a general rule, don't do that. You know, don't use racial or ethnic slurs against the person that you're hitting on. You know, just do you know, that you can chalk that one up as like maybe rule number 1. Do not use slurs against the person you're hitting on. That's rule number 1. And you know, if you're a little, you know, you just don't know. If you just don't know if it's a slur or not, maybe don't use the terminology that you got off of porn websites for the person that you're hitting on. You know, just as a general rule of thumb to happily hit on people on the internet. Number 2, and this applies especially if you're hitting on a trans woman, don't imply that they're a man. You know, there's not really much that is less sexy or appealing to a trans woman than having somebody explain that they think that they're a man. It's just not a very attractive way to open up conversation here. Now, second of all, if you have to, you shouldn't have to slip in. I understand the impulse to slip in what your sexual orientation is. I'm bisexual. I slip that into every conversation I have with everyone all the time. You know, I'm like, hi, my name's Jack. I'm bisexual. Hello. You know, I get it. I get the impulse. But if you are hitting on someone online, especially if you're hitting on a trans woman, you don't resist that urge, you know? Because it really dovetails off of the previous thing said in this message about never having been with a man. Why are you clarifying that to the person you're trying to hit on? Why? You don't gotta do that. You're obviously straight. You're hitting on a woman. Yeah, that's how that works, okay? You know, third of all, and this is maybe fourth of all, I'm losing track here. But if you're going to hit on a trans woman, maybe avoid in the first sentence saying that you're only interested in trans women because you've watched a lot of porn of trans women. So, just generally speaking, you want to avoid implying that the person you're talking to and hitting on is just a sexual fetish for you and that you don't see them as an actual person. You know, you want to convey that you like and respect them as a fellow human being, not as a tool to achieve your orgasm. Just pro tip. Wait, are you saying trans people aren't porn? It's controversial stance, but yeah, I am saying trans people aren't porn. It's true. It's true. Now, let's get to the second sentence here. Just wanted to know more about meeting and a beautiful transgender like yourself. Now, this is somewhat improved. Okay, this is somewhat improved from the first sentence. Just wanted to know more about meeting and a beautiful transgender like yourself. Now, one thing you'll want to kind of nail when trying to hit on somebody online would be sentence structure. You should have it. Moving on, you should also avoid, treating trans people as if they aren't women or men or non-binary. Should generally just, if you're talking to a beautiful trans woman, you can just treat them as a beautiful woman. The same way if you're talking to a beautiful black woman, you don't have to clarify that they're black all the time. And also, it would be really weird if in your first message to a black woman, you just called them a beautiful black like yourself. That would be weird, and you should probably avoid doing that. Not a great idea. Does not usually get good results. I'm going out on a limb here. I've never used that line. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it doesn't get the best results for you. Now, the last sentence, no notes. A little conversation and a couple of good tips. You know, no notes. That, you know, he's open to feedback, so, you know, this is the official feedback for this message. If you're planning to hit on a trans woman online like this, don't. Save yourself the time and save her the time. It's not worth the amount of effort you put to string all those words together to send that message to a trans woman, because no trans woman in the history of ever was going to respond well to that. So, yeah. Yeah, no, by the way, no trans man is going to respond well to that. No non-binary trans person is going to respond well to that. And honestly, if you insert, you know, other attributes of humans outside of like trans into that, like, you know, race or ethnicity or whatever, like, no one is going to respond well to that. So don't waste your time and don't waste everyone else's. This has been how to hit on a transgender woman. Just don't if you're gonna do it this way. Oh, God. I feel can be very awkward when trying to hit on trans women, bisexual women, etc. Yeah. Will this be on the test? Your only test will be in the field. Okay? Yeah, also, anyone who responds too enthusiastically to a message like that is probably going to kill you. Like, they're probably a serial killer. You're gonna walk into that apartment, it's gonna be completely covered in, like, in plastic wrap, okay? Like, it's not a good situation. Save yourself. Oh. Fuck, man. This has been a community service announcement. They gonna Buffalo Bill yo ass? Oh, God. The more you know. Knowledge is power. Oh, God. Which one of you did Jack pay to write that message? Nah, I just posted workout photos on Instagram, and I got that in my DMs. Why are so many dudes so bad at messaging women online? Honestly, because for a lot of dudes, it's just a numbers game. You know? Folks, we've now been streaming for an hour and 15 minutes, so that's right about when we started streaming. If you're enjoying the stream, this is your top of the hour ad break. If you're enjoying the stream, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and consider dropping some subs or donos, particularly over on riverboat.gg. If you would like to watch the stream ad-free, come on over to riverboat.gg, and you can watch it without ads. And also, when you support me, there's no revenue share taken by YouTube or Twitch, so you can support me over on riverboat.gg, and I get 100% of the money you want that they're sending me to support me. So it's really no downside there. And I would encourage you all to do so, because that is primarily how I avoid complete and utter destitution. So I would appreciate subs and donos if you would be so kind and are enjoying the show. Peaceful Warrior says, I'm talking to a really cute gender fluid person. I've actually wondered about this. The other day I told them they have an infectious smile. Well, that's 10 out of 10, Peaceful Warrior. Good job. What's everyone eating tonight? I had Chicken Josh with some delicious vegetable samosas. And the restaurant put an extra samosa in my pickup order, so I'm very pleased. Chicken Josh, it's delicious. It's like a, yogurt-based Indian dish. It's so good. Has like chicken, a ton of spices in it. It's amazing. It goes really well with the veggie samosas. To be frank, I don't know how to talk to both men and women in terms of trying to how the kids would say Riz. I mean, I have to be honest, as like a trans woman, I also don't know how to talk to men with Riz. I don't know how to do that. It's never been necessary. But talking to women with Riz can be really hard. I found that honestly just treating them as normal people and not being like, starstruck about how hot they are generally goes a long way. Hey, Boiled Peanuts. You've never had Riz, you liar. Every time you come into my chat, you brighten my day. And if that's not Riz, I don't know what is. There's also Rogan Josh. Delicious Indian dish that's just asking questions. 10 out of 10 comment, Paladin. True. Guys love compliments. Compliment what a guy is wearing and they will love you forever. That's true. Yeah, try to have fun with the conversation, but also just ask them about things they're interested in, or figure out what they're interested in and ask them about that, You could even just straight up ask them, "Hey, what are you about? What are you interested in?" And if they don't want to talk to you, just accept that, move on. What? You got your booty hole waxed down? Nani? I'm loving your nautical themed shirts. You remind me of Nami from One Piece. That's the second time today I've gotten that. I appreciate it. If we get like 5 more subs, I'll let my hair down, okay? I'll let my hair down. Okay. I need to use the bathroom. Trying to see if there's a short story we could do. Because I know this one about China is going to make me go off. Nope, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll BRB, folks. The downside of Chicken Josh is it goes through you like a hurricane. Hey, friendos. Howdy, howdy. Free him, no! Hey, Lefty McLefterson. Hey, Sweet Myths. Hello, Chaotic Kitten. Hello, friendos. Hello, Shaloon. What'd she do to the chair? You'll never find out. You'll never find out. Oh, nice, Gamer G. Also, again, chat, if you'd like to see my hair down, 5 subs. Let's go. Hey, Jack, am I gay? If you're here, statistically, probably. All right. So, last week... Sorry. Water is good. All right.
Let your hair down, mommy boo-woo.
Boo-woo. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous. Thank you so much, Salmon Moose. I'm just a woman who loves women. I love the Woms. I have pretty hair. Thank you. Doing my best. Not a great angle. We gotta tweet out the stream. I forgot to do it, and Salmon Moose, you even reminded me. Ugh. Shame on me. Ugh. I do not feel like I look good today. You should be my producer or something? Oh, I don't have money for that. Fine. I look okay, but like that's the thing, right? I look fine, but I'm also at my job doing my job, and part of my job involves not looking just fine. That's part of the issue, right? Rayvana, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. We are about to talk about Cenk Uygur possibly positioning himself for a presidential run, which is odd, but you know what? We gotta talk about it. Hey, Omega Shenron Dragon, how you doing? Ain't no way. We talked about it a bit last week when he announced sort of on breaking points, but he went and talked about it more today. So we gotta cover it. After I tweet out that the stream is happening. Is that why he's on the Boomer arc? Honestly, Philip, wait, no. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna call you August. But yes, I think that might be somewhat about the reason. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, August. And I had a rant today. What about? My hair. Why? It's almost like I had it in a bun all day and didn't actually do it. Fine. Good enough. What was the rant about? And is it worth me digging through the stream to find it? Oh, God. Why? Okay. About the looting that happened at that Apple store? Why? Why die? Honestly, that's the number one question I have. Why die on that hill? Like, I don't get it. Like, it's not like organized retail theft is a new thing. That's literally been a thing in America for over a century. You know, like that is such a normal part of doing business that businesses literally take it into account when they budget. You know, like that's one of the frustrating things. By the way, did you guys know? I didn't know this until recently, but I thought that the term shrinkage, when used by corporations, was used to talk about like the theft from their stores. But theft from their stores only accounts for like 3% of what actually constitutes shrinkage. So like when we're talking about shrinkage, the vast majority of what is taken is just what like goes missing between like the factory and like the destination. It like disappears from like the warehouses, etc. It doesn't it's not from like smashing windows and then grabbing anything in sight. That's not like that type of shrinkage is only a small fraction of the larger amount of shrinkage, you know? So I don't understand dying on that hill of like this is a huge pervasive problem, especially when like the companies that claim that they're closing stores due to like organized retail theft, you look at what they say in their corporate board meetings when they talk to their investors. And when they talk to their investors, it turns out they tell the truth. And it turns out that they're just cutting costs. It's just them cutting costs and then issuing PR statements to lie about the reasons why, when in reality all it is to appease their shareholders. We saw this. We've seen it play out time and time again. They should make stealing illegal. Yeah, that's a really good idea, August. Like TLDR, some moronic lady had a looting crew, took display phones while broadcasting it. Okay, that's pretty funny though. That's pretty funny in how stupid it is. Like I don't know, if you're gonna have somebody, if you're gonna be like claiming like, oh, but the left is fine with it. Well, good luck. Good luck arguing that in court, I guess. Oh, damn, Natalie Lush. That is a brilliant move. Crime should be illegal. Problem solved. Yeah, honestly, it's like they're performing a real-time morality play for all of us. Don't This is what happens when you actually be gay and do crime. God, Triple X is such a good movie to watch while in altered states of mind. 10 out of 10, would recommend. Come watch stream. We are going over Trump and Cenk and so many more things. Get on the boat. Riverboat.gg. There we go. Boom, nailed it. Whew. Yeah. Okay, I can't tweet out come watch for obvious reasons. I know a guy who's a long-haul truck driver, and sometimes stores can't take shit, so they refuse to take it and tell him to get rid of it. Yeah, that sounds about right. It all happened because the left wants you to steal. According to these companies that I believe uncritically. All right. Chat. New Donald Trump era has launched, and it is the era of Donald Trump in the courtroom. Let's watch. That was so fucking loud. That was too fucking loud. We're gonna try that again. This is AI? No, this is actually real. This is all real footage. Oh my god, dude. Shrinkage is also constituted of returned and damaged merchandise. Yeah. Yeah, it's merchandise that, for whatever reason, can't be sold. So it comprises, like, a huge amount of product. Anyway, this was fun. But here's the actual footage after, I believe, he was in the courtroom.
Thank you very much. This is a continuation of the single greatest witch hunt of all time. We have a rogue judge who rules that properties are worth a tiny fraction, 1/100.
By the way, keep in mind when he says rogue judge. Okay, anytime he says anything about the judge, hold that in your brains. Just hold on to it as we move forward. I promise it'll be worth it.
A tiny fraction
Clarity
of what
Echoes.
they actually are. We have a racist attorney general who's a horror show who ran on the basis that she was going to get Trump before she even knew anything about me. She used this to run for governor. She failed in her attempt to run for governor. She had virtually no polling. She came back and she said, well, now I'll go back to get Trump again. And this is what we have. It's a scam. It's a sham. Just so you know, my financial statements are phenomenal. They are actually less in terms of the numbers used than the actual net worth. The actual net worth is substantially more. No bank was affected. No bank was hurt. They don't even know why they have to be involved. And they've so testified. They can't believe that they're involved because they were paid back on time. There were no defaults. There were no problems. And it was like a perfect client. In the meantime, people are being murdered all over the side.
By the way, keep in mind as he's saying this about the valuation of his properties, he is alleged to have inflated the value of his properties by, in some cases, up to 2,400%. All right? like, dude, he literally just admitted to fraud. Yes, he did. He did, by the way. I also undervalued them and overvalued them whenever it was convenient.
Sidewalks of New York. There was no victim here. The banks were represented by the best, biggest, most prestigious law firms in the state of New York, actually in the country. Some of the biggest.
Both of his lawyers here are just thinking to themselves as hard as possible, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut the words in your mouth up.
Best law firms, in all cases, the biggest and best law firms. That's who represented them. The banks got back their money. Again, there was never a default. There was never a problem. Everything was perfect. There was no crime. The crime is against me because we have a corrupt district attorney, but we have a corrupt attorney general. And it all comes down from the DOJ. They're totally coordinated this in Washington because I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by 10 points. And I'm leading the Republicans by 50 and 60 points. That's pretty much, they say, over. I never...
Yeah, he claimed... No, KBS, it's even worse. He claimed that Mar-a-Lago could be worth up to $1.8 billion. And the local tax assessor said $18 million. Like the amount he is alleged to have inflated the value of this property to get loans is insane, dude.
Accept that, but they say it's over. This has to do with election interference, plain and simple. They're trying to damage me so that I don't do as well as I'm doing in the election. Our country's gone to hell. We have a country that's in decline, serious decline. We have a man running our country who has no clue, doesn't know what he's doing, and you know it better than anybody because you have to cover him. What they've done with open borders, what they've done with interest rates and taxes, it's a disgrace. So what we have here is...
Yeah, interest rates going up, inflating the currency. Yeah, it's really terrible when inflation happens, isn't it, Donald? Just not when you're the one doing the inflating, huh?
An attempt to hurt me in an election. It's an attempt to hurt me in an election. This never happened before, where President of the United States leaves office and gets indicted. And the reason I got indicted was that I ran. If I didn't run, I'd be sitting right now at a beach like Biden does every time, even though he's supposed...
I mean, this is probably true, right? Like, if he had chosen not to run, there's a decent chance that, like, the powers that be would have, like, you know, squashed all of this legal trouble. Just in the name of, like, you know, American hegemony, right? Like, but because he ran, he kind of, like, forced the issue in a way that is, very entertaining to watch, I'll say.
Supposed to be working. So very simply put, it's a witch hunt. It's a disgrace. We have a corrupt attorney general in this state. You see how she does? This trial was railroaded and fast-tracked. This trial could have been brought...
This trial was railroaded and fast-tracked. It's literally 3 years after you're out of office. Like, there are people complaining that this didn't happen fast enough. And I do just want to say, like, while it could have happened faster, while all of these could have happened faster, all of these prosecutors know one thing. That they're bringing a case against the former president of the United States. Something that has never happened before. And if they want to be able to have a career, if they want to be able to, like, continue, like, even just practicing law in general, they need to have all of this down. They need to have their facts straight. They need to have their evidence in a row. They need to have their witnesses aligned. They need to be able to prove this shit. Otherwise, there's no point in bringing it in the first place, because he's the former president of the United States. They took a long time to get this all together because they knew it had to stick. Did you dress like Nami on purpose? No, but that's now the third time I've gotten that this stream.
years ago, but they waited till I was right in the middle of my campaign. The same with other trials and indictments. It's all run by DOJ, which is corrupt in Washington. Everything goes through them. They're all corrupt people. Frankly, our country is corrupt. And that's one of the reasons I'm running. We're going to straighten it out. They have one property that's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times
Good night,
what
KBS.
this judge put down as a value. Put down a value $18 million, and the property's probably worth, could be anywhere from 50 to 100 times more than that. And a lot of those numbers could even be low. We have other properties, the same thing, so he devalued everything. I didn't even put in my best asset, which is the brand, in terms of value. Coca-Cola, take a look at their value. They have a value. The value of their brand is more than everything else put together. My brand is extremely valuable. I didn't even use it in my financial statement. If I wanted to build up a financial statement, I would have built it up by using brand in addition to everything else. We have the greatest properties.
I love that he's arguing that oh man, I just out of the goodness of my heart, I didn't apply my brand valuation. Like, okay, bud.
We have among the greatest properties in the world, and I have to go through this for political reasons. This judge is a politician. He comes out of the clubs. He's running unopposed. The reason he's unopposed...
Look, I could have done fraud. It would have benefited me to do fraud. But I swear I didn't do any fraud. No.
Opposed is because he's getting Trump. They always run opposed. He's getting Trump. The bosses say...
Yeah, these are civil... This is a civil case.
Don't run against this guy. He's doing great. He's getting Trump. But he overplayed his hand, and he should be investigated for what he's done. What he did in undervaluing these properties is a disgrace to our nation. This shouldn't be a case. One other thing. We have a clause in the contract which tells, essentially, buyer beware. The contract...
Now, I didn't do fraud, but even if I did, there was a clause in the contract that said, if I fuck you over, it's okay.
Is very, very, if you take a look and you speak to the banks, and you will, I hope you speak to the banks, because the banks got paid in full. I hope you speak to the banks. But we have a clause in the contract. It's like a buyer beware clause. It says when you take a look at the financial statement, don't believe anything you read. This is up front. Don't believe anything you read. Some people go...
Now look, at the beginning of our financial statements and at the beginning of our contract, we tell you that I'm lying up front, so it's okay. I don't think that actually gets you off the hook, bud. I don't think saying, now look, we might lie to you about the valuation of my properties. I don't think that actually gets you off the hook for misrepresenting that.
Go to worthless clause because it makes the statement and anything you read in the statement work.
The same way, like, if you have someone sign a contract that is like, that has like a box to check of like, oh, so if you sign this, we will murder you. Like, it doesn't magically make murdering someone legal, believe it or not. Even if they sign that document, murdering someone's still not legal.
It says go out and do your own research, go out and do your own due diligence. You have to study the statement carefully. Do not believe anything. In fact, it's so strong that people read it and they don't even accept it. They don't even want it. They don't even use it. It's called a disclaimer clause. It's very common. If you put it in, if you don't have time to do statements, or even if you do have time, people like to have...
I am very smart. I know about the law. I'm basically my own lawyer.
Have it. This is what's called a full disclaimer. We disclaim the financial statements. But even with a full disclaimer, which immediately takes you out of any fraud situation and any litigation...
Okay, someone clearly told that to him like 20 or 30 years ago, and he thought that that was ironclad legal advice. Disclaimer. If you jump into the pool, you may be eaten alive by acid. Now, if that does happen to 1 or 2 or 5 children, well, we disclaimed it. We disclaimed it up front.
And by the way, when the Attorney General found out about the disclaimer clause, she said,
Environmental
"That's okay,
Frog.
let's go forward anyway."
Thank you for the
It's good
raid.
publicity.
Welcome, Raiders.
These are corrupt people we're dealing with, the most corrupt people. We have a great company. I built a great company. It's got tremendous value. It's got some of the greatest real estate assets in the world. And now I have to go before a rogue judge.
Another comment about the judge. I wonder if that's going to be a bad idea in retrospect.
As a continuation of Russia, 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 as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time, and I don't think the people of this country are going to stand for it. If I weren't leading in all the polls, or if I weren't running, I wouldn't have any of these cases. I wouldn't be seeing you this morning. But I'll be seeing a lot of you, because this is a horrible thing that's happening to our country, and we've got to get it straightened away. So we'll go in and see our rogue judge, and we'll listen to this man, and I think most people get it. People are getting it. I can tell you the voters getting it, because every time they give me a fake indictment, I go up in the polls, and that's never happened before. But this is a disgrace, and you ought to go after this Attorney General, because she's turning off everybody from coming in. You know, I don't know if you take a look at the outflow of business. Businesses are fleeing New York because of
None of this has anything to do with anything, dude.
Horrible, horrible attorney generals and judges like we have. They go to other places where they can be treated fairly and with respect. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, God, dude. Now, you might have noticed throughout that I was telling you to take note of when he talks about the judge in disparaging terms. You know, saying things like, oh, this judge is overseeing the, one of the greatest witch hunts of our lifetimes, etc., etc. So, one thing you really need to know is that, either intentionally or not, Trump's lawyers in this case did not file to have it be a jury trial. Which means his fate is entirely in the judge's hands. Which means insulting the judge is the last thing you want to do when that judge holds the fate of your ability to do business in New York State in the palm of his hand. And he also has the ability to fine you $250 million, $250 million. I don't care how rich Donald Trump is. That's a lot of money to him. That is a lot of money to him. Oh, God, dude. Oh, God. Oh, the disclaimer he's talking about literally says, quote, Donald J. Trump is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statement. That's the entire disclaimer. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, so when he said the disclaimer is basically like, yeah, you know, maybe don't believe it. It's literally just saying that he did it. He was solely responsible for it. And he lies. You should have known that, idiot. Oh, God, dude. I doubt he actually has that much in real money, but Clarity Echoes, that's what makes it so great. Because if he's ordered to pay that, it doesn't matter if he has it in real money or not. He has to liquidate that stuff. You know, imagine him having to sell, like, his weird golden toilet. You know, he has to sell his properties. He has to start selling off shit. He has to start liquidating because he's so fucked. God. Paladin, can you get a link to that BBC article? I just, I'm quite excited. Also, worth pointing out here, just because it's funny. In the courtroom today, if you notice, here's a picture of Donald Trump in court. You know, you got a ThinkPad, you know, the working man's laptop. But what's this over here? What's this over here? Now, a lot of you might not recognize this right off the bat. I did, because I actually have a motherboard made by this same company, which is called Republic of Gamers. This laptop is a gaming laptop. It is actually like a it has like a graphics card in it that is like almost better than mine in my PC. Like, it is a gamer laptop. And I am just tickled by the idea that this lady is playing video games in court. That'd be pretty funny. Asus is a great brand. It is a good laptop. I'm not knocking it, but that's precisely what makes it so interesting. You know? She's an Astarian guy. I don't know. I bet she goes with that one drow lady. What's she playing? It's got to be Baldur's Gate. Everyone's playing Baldur's Gate. I used to work for ROG Jack. They'll take more RAM than most business models. Oh, nice. She's playing Sims. Stardew Valley. Paladin, you got that BBC article? Where that link at? I mean, she might, but like, let's be real. You can render presentation videos without a gaming laptop. She's playing Ace Attorney. That would be really fucking funny. I'd be playing video games too if I had to try to defend this clown. We do need to go over her video. Yeah, here's just a short snippet from her interview on Newsmax following this altercation.
Like that. And I have to address this one common misconception in the press, and unfortunately it just keeps getting repeated, which is that we had this great option to have a box checked for a jury. No, we didn't have that. That's not how this works. They brought it under Section 6312, which is a very narrow, not appropriately used section of the law, which is for consumer protections, not this. And that is why we're sitting here in front of a judge like that. And I have to address this one common...
So, what she's saying here is just not true. So when you fill out the forms for a civil trial, it is my understanding that there is a box on the forms that indicates whether or not you want to have a jury trial or a trial overseen by the judge. And it turns out, if you don't check that box, it just gets overseen by the judge. Now, either his legal team missed it, which would be very funny and also very believable, or Donald Trump thought in the moment it would be better for his trial to be overseen by a judge. Now, I don't know why he would think that, but either his legal team made an incredible mistake, or Donald Trump ordered them to give him a judge trial. That there's really no in between there. I mean, dude paid $3 million for the other lawyer. Well, so like Tartine, Tartine's me loves. One thing you have to understand is that Donald Trump has alienated the vast majority of legal counsel in America. And not only that, there is a pretty consistent bipartisan consensus forming around all of these trials, which is that he's up shit creek. This is not going to go well for him. It's not going to go his way. and nobody really wants to hop on this train to failure town. Like, they don't want to do that. But there are plenty of people. There are plenty of people out there who are willing to siphon as much money out of him as possible. They're willing to latch onto him like parasites and just siphon off as much money as they can get out of him. And they don't really care about the outcome. They know it's a lost cause. They just want to make as much money before it crashes and burns. They must not know that he doesn't pay his lawyers. I mean, I think at this point, Rundo, a lot of his lawyers are actually demanding to be paid up front before they do any work. So, like, his lawyers are catching on, you know? Rudy Giuliani isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but, you know, these new folks who are coming around, they know what Trump is. Yeah, $10 million retainer up front, 100%. Well, it is also possible, Armor and Quills, you know, you say he may have thought a bench trial would be less severe given how much he's hated in New York City. It could also be that his intent is to antagonize the judge to such a degree that his lawyers then make a case on appeal that the judge was compromised by, like, his emotional state. Like, they could be trying to play something like that. Like, you know, get the judge on for not being impartial. But that's a pretty bad strategy. Could they be trying to force a mistrial? I mean, maybe. It's not going to work, though. Here, let's take a look. Now, technically, we were not supposed to see into the courtroom today. Cameras were not supposed to be allowed inside of the courtroom. However, a camera did get into the courtroom. You saw a little bit of that footage at the beginning. Here's what we actually were able to see from the camera that was allowed in briefly before being escorted out. I do just want to note. Look at the prosecution side. The prosecution is just beaming. And as soon as you see the zoom in on the defendant side, it just the smile disappears. Just looks pained. And Trump, he angry. He angry, y'all. Okay, also, Letitia James is shooting daggers at the back of Trump's head. Because apparently right before this, Trump dropped like a file of opposition research. on Letitia James, talking about, you know, the usual stuff. Oh, she's causing crime and lawlessness, and also, you know, she's only going after me because it serves her political career, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, so she's pretty pissed. Well, yes, one of the reasons he antagonizes her is because she is black, yes. I mean, he would still antagonize her if she was white, but obviously he's doing it a little bit more because, as we know, Donald Trump absolutely abhors black people. He wouldn't let them work in his casinos.
Okay.
What a jolly little man. Like a Keebler elf who wields the long arm of the law. He's just having a good day at work, yeah. Of course, like, conservative commentators are saying he was too jolly. That indicates that he's compromised. He's smiling too much. That means he's against the former president. The footage was just... honestly, I have no idea. I think probably just because it's a former president, you know, sitting in a courtroom. I'm not exactly sure what led to the decision to allow cameras in for like a couple seconds, but it wouldn't surprise me if Letitia James like saw the Oppo file drop and she went and convinced the judge to allow cameras in for like 5 seconds as just like a small retaliation. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay. But now we have kind of the knife in the heart, right? Entrama, that sounds delightful. Helping to organize a Halloween party for your grad program. And the theme will be ocean related. Gonna dress up in fishnets and say I'm a catch. Do it, Entrama! That's so good. Okay, but this brings us all to a knife in the heart of whatever defense Donald Trump is pushing these days. Specifically, a knife in the heart of his defense when it comes to the Georgia case. Now, there's a man named Bernie Kerik, right? Now, Bernie Kerik has been identified as co-conspirator number 5 in the Georgia case. And, I believe co-conspirator. I might be mixing up my nouns. But he is indicating that he is willing to testify in exchange for immunity. Ex-NYPD boss turned Trump ally Bernie Kerik wants immunity to testify. The former commissioner of the NYPD, who is identified as a likely unindicted co-conspirator in Donald Trump's Georgia indictment, said Monday he'll refuse to testify in trials for Trump and his allies without written assurance of immunity from prosecutors. Carrick was subpoenaed to testify in the first trial related to a sweeping indictment filed against Trump and 18 others, this one involving former Trump lawyers Kenneth Chesebro and Sidney Powell, but indicated through his lawyer, Tim Parlatore, that he's willing to invoke his Fifth Amendment right to silence unless prosecutors cut him a deal. No competent criminal attorney would allow Mr. Carrick to testify absent a grant of immunity, Parlatore wrote in a fiery letter to Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis on Monday, CNN reported. It's unclear what exactly Carrick did to land him on the list of co-conspirators, but Trump and a number of his allies face charges for their alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election in Trump's favor. Now, we do know that Bernie Carrick had a number of meetings with Trump during this time. We don't know exactly what was talked about. But yeah, essentially, we aren't 100% sure what his testimony would include. But I will say, Bernie Carrick is like one of the guys. You know, like he's the guy. Paladin, would you say he's roughly equivalent to like a Roger Stone type? Like he's an Axeman, right? He's like one of those background guys who does the dirty work. And if he's turning, he knows so much dirt. Yeah, Paladin's right. He first met Rudy Giuliani in 1990, and during the 1993 New York City mayoral election campaign, served as Giuliani's bodyguard and driver. He joined the New York City Department of Corrections in 1994, enjoyed a series of promotions with Giuliani's backing. Oh, so strange. Yeah, he does dirty shit for money. But that also means he knows all the dirty shit. And if he is getting immunity to testify, it is reasonable to believe that he is going to testify about Donald Trump, about Rudy Giuliani, and about the other co-conspirators. There are some people saying, "Oh, well, he's only going to get immunity to flip on Sidney Powell." Which no. They would not give him immunity to testify against Sidney Powell, someone who's given herself more than enough rope to hang herself in public statements, okay? If he's getting immunity, it means he's turning on very high-profile people involved in this case, which honestly is Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani. And also, considering that Rudy Giuliani recently testified in a Queen for a Day deal where he got immunity to testify, it is very, very, very reasonable to believe that Bernie Carrick and Rudy Giuliani have both flipped on Donald Trump. Yeah, exactly, Queen Bee. They like this is contingent on him flipping against the biggest members of this conspiracy, and they do not just give you immunity to flip on other low-level members of a conspiracy. That's not how immunity works. Yep. He's going to have limited scope to Georgia, but if he flips once, he's flipping everywhere. Absolutely. Yeah, no, like Lefty McLefterson, I saw this. Paladin Lost brought this to my attention on Twitter. And like, yeah, no, if this happens, if Bernie Carrick agrees to testify, like, remember I said that there's a legal term for how screwed Donald Trump is called gigafucked? That's a term they teach you in law school. This goes beyond gigafucked, right? It's not gigafucked. It's not terafucked. this is PETA fucked. Okay, this is next level, like a level of fucked that people cannot comprehend. Omega fucked, Exa fucked, every escalating series of fucked, Zeta fucked, like just completely and utterly. He's done. What are the chances of Trump winning 2024 election despite being taken to court? I mean, his arrest would his conviction would definitely mobilize his supporters. I don't know though that it would I think that it would absolutely mean that people who are on the fence would side against him. Like, I don't think there are middle of the road people. I think he'd get like the solid, like what is his approval rating in the Republican Party right now? What is it right now? Yeah, I mean, right now Donald Trump's favorability is like 40%. I mean, it's gonna catalyze his base for sure, but it's not gonna win him over anybody in the middle or anybody on the left. And if like the Democrats can then just say, "Hey, do you want to elect Joe Biden or a convicted felon who wants to like kill you and then profit off your corpse?" Like, who do you think is going to coalesce more? I think it's going to be the people who don't want a convicted felon as president of the United States, Carrie Ann Coding. Honestly, we're about done with this segment, so if you want to stick around and ask me questions, feel free. I'm always happy to talk about my gender journey. Oh, by the way, this is this is interesting. Just as a final addendum for what it would mean for people turning on Trump, right? Here's a story that just came out today on CNN. John Kelly goes on the record to confirm several stories about Donald Trump, right? Oh, what are these stories, you might ask? Well, turns out, here, I'll read this quote. "What can I add that has not already been said?" Kelly said when asked if he wanted to weigh in on his former boss in light of recent comments made by other former Trump officials. "A person that thinks those who defend their country in uniform, or are shot down or seriously wounded in combat, or spend years being tortured as POWs are all suckers because there's nothing in it for them. A person that did not want to be seen in the presence of military amputees because, quote, it doesn't look good for me," unquote. A person who demonstrated open contempt for a Gold Star family, for all Gold Star families, on TV during the 2016 campaign, and rants that our most precious heroes who gave their lives in America's defense are losers and wouldn't visit their graves in France. A person who is not truthful regarding his position on the protection of unborn life, on women, on minorities, on evangelical Christians, on Jews, on working men and women. A person that has no idea what America stands for and has no idea what America is all about. A person who cavalierly suggests that a selfless warrior who served his country for 40 years in peacetime and war should lose his life for treason in expectation that someone will take action. A person who admires autocrats and murderous dictators. A person that has nothing but contempt for democratic institutions, our Constitution, and the rule of law. There is nothing more that can be said. God help us. So, like, as more and more people start coming out of the woodwork to turn on Trump, and to say what they really think about him, the more people who do that, the worse it is going to be for Trump on a national scale. There are 4 people that if they flip, it's real fucking over. The first is Carrick. The other 3 are John Eastman. Oh yeah. If John Eastman flips, it's donezo. John McEntee and Walter Nauta. Walter Nauta is very likely to flip. My guess would be that they can get Walt. They can probably also get Eastman, to be honest. I don't know about John McEntee. I mean, like, even if these people didn't flip on him, he would be done. They have all the evidence to put him away. But if they flip them all, if they flip even 1 or 2 of them besides Carrick, he will never see the light of day. God help us all. I mean, honestly, Sproxy, like, I feel like that's what they've been trying to do ever since like these indictments started, you know? Walt Nauta ends him on the documents. Eastman is the architect of January 6th, and McEntee was the heavy. Yeah, honestly, like, if Walt Nauta just is like, yeah, Donald Trump told me to hide documents, it's done. It is done. Oh, Polydactyl Black Cat. So am I. I've been telling you guys. That Donald Trump is done. Every single, like, even if it was just one of these cases, he would be done. Absolutely. Not this civil one, but any of the criminal ones. He'd be done. But it's so many. It's so many. He's so gone. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying stream, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch. I would very much appreciate to see your shining faces and names in my chat again sometime soon. And also consider hitting the subscribe button over on YouTube, where we have segments coming out every day now. Everyday segments. Please go check them out. I put a lot of work into editing them. Do you think he'll be Epsteined? No. I don't. Are you leaving? No, I'm not leaving. I'm just giving you the top of the hour ad break. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the stream. What are we at on the likes? We want to hit 50 minimum. 69 if we can swing. Oh, damn, chat. We're only at 29 likes on the stream? Guys, there are so many of you in here. What? I'm not leaving. Stop it. Stop gaslighting me. Chat, we have so many people watching right now. Go hit the like button, you silly goats. There's a non-zero chance of Trump trying to flee to Russia. I mean, that'd be really funny, seeing him try to evade the Secret Service. That would be very funny. Also, chat, if you've been enjoying the stream and would like to support me and my ability to continue living, this programming is quite literally brought to you by viewers like you. If without your subs and donos, I would not be able to afford to do this. This is my full-time job, doing these streams, presenting you this information, making entertaining shows. If you like me being able to eat and have health insurance, consider dropping some subs or donos. YouTube, thank you for gifting a sub to Carrie Ann Coding. That's very kind of you. And also, if you're over on Twitch and you're not subbed but would like to watch the stream without any ad breaks, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. There are no ads, and you can chill with the on-screen chat. Also, if you just want to be in the on-screen chat, come on over. Also, I'm going to drink some water. And can we get any gifted sub? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. A big hair just from my head slowly floated down into my water cup. I think I got it. Now, chat, if you've been enjoying the content, again, consider dropping those subs and donos. I thought you got wet? No. It takes a little bit more than that to get me wet. Okay, bottom. Hey, I might be a bottom, but I'm going to make you work for it. Anyway. It's going to be over. It's going to be Jover for you guys next time I do my makeup. It's going to be absolutely Jover. Next time I do my makeup and don't look like I'm completely exhausted. Hey, Solazar, where you been? Okay, let's take a look at your questions, Carrie Ann. So you asked me about my gender journey. Let's see. Oh, you had a couple upfront questions. Did you have any facial feminization surgery, or are you just genetically blessed? Just genetically blessed. Honestly, I've been considering the facial feminization surgery, but also, like, it's expensive, and I do this for a living. I don't make a lot of money yet. Once we're bigger, maybe that will change. But right now, I don't make a lot of money. Oh, Carrie Ann Coder, thank you for jumping over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it. Did I see Ultimate Muscle is gonna return? No. No. Alt fact, you better get me a link to the trailer right meow. Oh, you made a cute little music video. Oh, we'll watch that too. Oh, I have seen this. It is very cute. The anime ending. Is that Bosch? Yeah. This is a dope little ending video. It's very cute. That was really, really cute. I liked that a lot. Here's the artist that did the animation. Ooh. Oh, I followed them. They are very, very good. Cenk.
Should move to Washington State. They will cover everything.
Well, I would love to move to Washington State, but also that requires a lot of money. And also not working for a prolonged period of time, which involves more money. And also I need to be close to my family here. I can't uproot everybody. So that's not really an option. Okay. So back to Carrie Ann's questions. Did I have facial feminization surgery? Just genetically blessed? Just genetically blessed and trying to do the best with what I got. 2, did you do voice training? Yes and no. I didn't do formal voice training because that would require money and also like a safe enough space to practice. And I had neither of those things. And I still don't have one of those things, but now I have a safe spot to practice. So that's nice. The way I kind of got around it was I would sing songs outside of my vocal range, you know, higher than my vocal range could go, and just like, you know, do that over and over and over again, and gradually that moved my vocal range up, you know, sometimes a bit too vigorously, and you know, strained my vocal cords, but I was thinking of starting a podcast. Honestly, podcasts can be pretty useful as a voice training tool. And I say that as somebody who, you know, I've basically been making podcasts since like 2012, like 11 years of making and producing podcasts. And I would record them with the group I was recording with, and then I would edit them. And when I realized I was trans in like 2015-ish, then I started making a more kind of like concerted effort to like alter my voice a little bit, you know, just a little bit at a time, so that I didn't hate it. I think playing it back and hearing it helped a lot. It didn't, you know, like make me feel great, but it did help like motivate me to keep like figuring out this voice thing. I never know if it's fine to say, but it actually took me an embarrassing amount of time to realize you were trans. Oh, that's always fine to say. You know, I don't make a secret about it, but I also don't like shout about being trans from the rooftops, you know? It's just not something I do. Prime Kai, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We just chillin'. People in chat are asking me questions about being trans. I'm just answering them as best I can. Sometimes I like having a deep voice because I can confuse people. It just feels cool sometimes. It does feel really cool to have like a range, for sure. Hey, Long Fat Dong, how you doing? Having you know, is your back feeling stiff? Has it been a hard day? I've been trying the same. It noticeably helps. It really does. It really does. You can move in with Zan and take care of the quail? I don't know what that means, Avalon of Babylon. Are you genetically boobed? Not really. No, I've just been on, estrogen for like 5.5 years, and taking 200 milligrams of progesterone, which really facilitates breast growth. So, that is the secret to my, breast situation. I think most states are required to cover gender affirming care. The main issue is what they require you to do to get that coverage, Jack, all the HRT can do is bring out your natural potential. What you have was always there in your DNA. It's true, my big titties were always in my DNA. That jiggling thing, you can do that whenever you like. I do, I would be lying if I said I didn't just like sometimes just play with them absently. Xander Hall has quail pets? My brother, now sister, is trans. How do I move on? Don't know how I'm supposed to act. Just treat them exactly the same, but use she, her pronouns. They're literally not a different person. 10-letter name. I take them in pill form. I've thought about switching over to injectables. Maybe I will, like, next year. I'll give it a shot. Did you notice any hair texture changes on HRT? Yeah, there have been really wild changes. Like, my body hair, like, basically transparent and very soft. Much shorter, too. My hair just feels softer, as does my skin. Oh, one of the big ones is when I started HRT and I'd been on it for a while. If I go out in the sun, I get freckles. Like my skin just freckles now. It's very, very cute. Very true, Silent. He is. The main thing about injections are I don't like needles, so... Is that dangerous sensitivity or something else? Honestly, it's because, like, I have like, Swedish and Norwegian heritage, and, like, sun just kind of brings it out. It's just like a thing that happens. It's not dangerous. Also, they fade with time, so it's not like they're permanent, like, blemishes on my skin. You may also get sunburned way easier. Yeah, I don't get sunburned way easier, but I get, like, sun fatigue. Like, my body feels really tired after being in the sun. Carrie Ann, do you got any other questions for me? Well, Gamer G, it's the benefits of my ancestors, I guess, raiding and pillaging across Europe. JK, my ancestors didn't do that. They were potato farmers. What's my opinion on goth subculture? Goths are cool. And generally, like, goth people are, like, some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. How does one grow such big boobo? What do I eat? 200 milligrams of progesterone. I kid you not. For, you know, give it a shot. You know, once you acclimate to it, booba get big. Are there any trans Vikings in history we know of? Yeah, there's one. They found recently a burial site of like a Viking warrior. And it seems like, here, let me pull up the story. Viking warrior. Yeah. Here's one. High-ranking Viking warrior, long assumed to be male, was actually female. Revelation raised questions about how Vikings may have understood gender roles as well as gender identity. 10th century Vikings' grave contained high-quality weapons, imported uniform, 2 horses, and even a gaming set. Clearly, trans people do be gaming. Clearly, the grave contained a warrior of great importance, and for over a century, archaeologists assumed the person was male. But when researchers announced back in 2017 that the warrior was actually female, they received a lot of pushback. Surely the archaeologists had made some mistake. Perhaps they tested the wrong body. I must say I thought we had come much further than that. I was surprised by the reactions we had to the article, says Charlotte Hedenstirna Johnson, a professor of archaeology at Uppsala University in Sweden, who co-authored the 2017 paper about the find. The ensuing conversation raised questions about the role of women in Viking culture, as well as how Vikings understood gender identity. Unlike other Viking women buried with weapons, this person wasn't wearing typical women's clothing or jewelry. In this grave, there's nothing that we archaeologically would interpret as female, says Hedenstirna Johnson, who co-authored the new paper in 2019 in Antiquity, responding to the reactions to her team's findings. It's not a typically male costume either, probably because it's very high status. But there's nothing indicating a woman. There are no typical finds that we link to women. In the new paper, Hedenstirna Johnson and her colleagues address the difficulty of trying to interpret gender roles of people who lived over 1,000 years ago through archaeology, including the suggestion that the warrior may have been transgender. While we're understanding this line of thinking in the context of contemporary social debates, it should be remembered that this is a modern, politicized, intellectual, and Western term, and as such is problematic, some would say impossible, to apply to people of the more remote past, they write. So, I mean, I don't know that it would be impossible to apply this. Transgender really is just identifying as a gender other than what you were assigned at birth. I think it's pretty reasonable to conclude from this finding that this person may have been transgender, and I think that's pretty cool. So, there. Tipster, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How you doing, folks? Like, when my friend transitioned, I was very confused and didn't know what was going on. But I just did my best to be supportive, found that learning about the gender spectrum helped me understand more about myself as well. I'm cis, but I totally see how I'm not as cis as a lot of other people, because it's a spectrum. Yeah, exactly, Stoudman. Hello, trans girl Jade. How you doing? How you doing, lovely? I'm curious about the sensitivity. Been on estradiol plus spirolactone for 6 months plus progesterone for 2, and I haven't noticed any changes, not even the pain or sensitivity that other trans women have reported. I'm a little worried about that. I worry God may have given me dud nipples and a stunted rack. Wait, so are you talking about sensitivity of nipples? Breast sensitivity? Is that what you want to know about? Prundo, I don't know much about the Visigoths. Sorry. Tippy raid incoming! Pew, 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 pew. Let's go! How long should it take for me to be put on progesterone? have been on HRT for a year, bring it up with whoever prescribed you HRT. Because frankly, there's not like a ton of research on the effects of progesterone. But now that you've been kind of on HRT for a while, your healthcare provider might be more open to it. So Carrie Ann Coder, when it comes to nipples, generally speaking, you'll have like some soreness under like the nipple area. That is kind of the start of the budding process. And basically breast pain is how you know your breasts are growing. If you aren't feeling that, which is entirely plausible, that might be something to bring up with your doctor, whoever's prescribing you HRT. What experiences have you experienced that helped you know that you're a woman? I don't know. Budding, I'm still 5 years on, still getting slammed with it. Yeah, well, I mean, like, how sensitive your nipples might be, like, varies. You know, mileage may vary. Why do you think Native Americans from all the Americas didn't have any kind of homosexual behavior? They absolutely did. If you think they didn't, you are just wrong. I'm sorry. Oh, Neuron, they aren't even talking about, like, transgender people. They're saying no homosexual behavior whatsoever. It's a modern invention. Yeah, I'm sure people putting dicks in butts is a modern invention. No one has ever thought of putting dicks in butts. Monkeys got that from humans. Before human beings came up with it in the modern day, no one had ever put a dick in a butt before. That totally modern invention. It took us thousands of years of evolution and refining of ideas to come up with the absolute epitome of human evolution. Ass fucking. You're right. The Greeks? No, they were merely dabbling in ass fuckery, okay? The Spartans? No, only amateurs. It is only us, the modern Americans, who have truly mastered the art of fucking others in the ass. Oh, you mean the modern two-spirit BS. Unfortunately, you are also wrong about that, because we have oral histories of two-spirit people dating back hundreds, arguably thousands of years. So you're just wrong about that. Clipped, excellent. I mean, like, you can even look back into antiquity, right? The Hijra people of India are literally mentioned in, like, the Kama Sutra, which is like 2,000 years old. Your argument that it's a modern invention is pretty shaky at best, when it's legally recognized in the most populous country on Earth and has a history longer than that of Christianity. So you're gonna have to prove your thesis a little bit better than what you have so far. I guess my HRT journey is weird because I started going through some semi-legal means on Turf Island, ran out, then restarted when I moved back to the US in March. Now I'm moving again next week from Virginia to Las Vegas, so I'll have to get a new doctor. So I'm not sure about the situation in Nevada, but I would assume that you'll be able to find, like, a doctor, at the very least, with an informed consent clinic. That could help expedite the process. But yeah, it's gonna be hard, but also, yeah, that again, having a large gap in HRT is going to affect your progress, obviously, because it's something that requires, you know, constant input into your body. So yeah, it needs to be legit, and there's a reason why they need to do blood work too, just to be safe. Yeah. Who invented pegging? You know, too many answers to that question came into my head. I couldn't choose one. I'm sorry. Peg Bundy. Yeah, Adam came up with pegging, okay? It's true. This is what happened. I love when chat gets trolls. I love it. It's so much fun for me. What? Hrundo, what is this? We've been rumbled. Retreat. What are you talking about? "24 hours until I debunk the globe Earth myth. Live on X. The journey of the millennium. Chile today. Antarctica tomorrow. I'm packed, prepared, positive. Nothing and no one can stop me now. The truth will come to light. Stay alert." Mike Buckner. Dude legitimately thinks the world is surrounded by an ice wall. Dude. Dude. Sorry, I didn't look at this. I didn't know. I didn't know the truth. So, of course, in the middle here we have the Earth. But then we have the fucking ice walls. And of course, there's fucking more continents out there. And more oceans that all have names, like the Solitaire Ocean. The Solitaire Ocean. Oh god. Oh fuck. The Ocean of New. Man, I need to you know what, chat? I'm going to steal this for a D&D campaign. I'm stealing this for a D&D campaign. It's going to be great. Oh look, then there's the mountain ring. Another wall of mountains though. And then we have Horus, which is just chilling in the middle of the mountains. And then we have the walls of Asgard, and Odin just lives out here. Oh, there's an island for the Valkyrie. Okay, cool. Then there's the Scorched Wastes, which I guess just go on forever. And then Magellan's Isles. I guess Magellan managed to make it past the ice wall and the mountain ring. Oh, okay, we have so you know, we've Odin up here along with the Valkyrie, but then down here we have Osiris and the Isles of Anubis and Isis. And then we got Formosa Ultima, and then Atlantis and Lemuria, of course. We needed all those. And then the Abyssal Ocean. Then the Frozen Wastes. Of course. You know, you need the water, fire, ice, and stone. You know, the four elements. Oh, fuck, dude. Solitaire's the only game you can play there? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I want to go to the Minesweeper Ocean. I was asking about women experiences because I'm trying to figure out what those experiences are. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily experience that shapes your gender identity, though I'm sure it plays a role. For me, it was just not who I was, right? being a man was not who I was. It didn't feel right. It never felt right, and took steps to feel right, you know? Child of Light was a documentary. I did love. Oh, chat. One day, can we do a playthrough of Child of Light where I read the dialogue and do the voices? It's such a delightful game. It's such a delightful game written in rhyming, rhyming rhythm. It's so good. It's so good. And I love it a lot. I came to learn and to laugh my ass off. That's what I try and deliver, Mr. Anderson. Yes, please. Ni no Kuni 2 would be like 900 hours, but I could do Child of Light. He's in league with the Celestial Dragons. Hey, remember when that guy came in and said Native Americans didn't have a concept for being gay? And then I made fun of him, and he's like, no, I meant all that transgender shit. And then, like, we made fun of him again, and then he just shut the fuck up. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Child of Light also has one of the best video game soundtracks of all time. Just real quick. Just real quick. Here. I love it. I love it a lot. It's one of the first games, I think it was one of the first games I reviewed professionally. Back in 2014. Child of Light is so cool. Yeah, the soundtrack, I think was recorded by Cord the Pirate, which, great band, by the way. Do you guys have any more questions about trans people? Got some trans questions for me? Ooh. Just got a really fun message. Why are trans people hot? Because we are confident and self-possessed. Hey, Bob Watkins. So, folks, I need to respond to this, but we might be having the Humanist Report on stream on Wednesday, which could be very, very cool. Still have to confirm it, but I might be going on Leftist Mafia next week. So gotta lock those in, but those are really, really cool. Hey yo. Hey yo. Lol, what? Moving on up? I mean, I don't know if I'm moving on up yet. Don't put the cart before the horse or nothing, but who's the Humanist Report? Humanist Report? Let me just bring it up here. Humanist Report. Mike. He's got a YouTube channel here with like 430,000 subscribers. Pretty cool that he wants to come and slum it with me down at the bottom here. Huh? Also, Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mike's really cool. I like Mike a lot. Watch his PragerU parody video on Dave Rubin. I will, but off stream. Yeah, Mike's been doing really great work. And yeah, I'm looking forward to having him on. You are intensely underrated. Well, you know, we're trying to fix that so that I'm just merely rated instead of underrated. And maybe one day I'll be overrated. Socialism. Yes, true. Socialism is when workers control the means of production. And also when you gift subs and donos to Riverboat Jack. It's true. It's true. Those are the 2 definitions of socialism. Yeah, I like Mike's content. And Leftist Mafia is a show that he's on with several other prominent lefty folk. The world beyond the ice walls? What is this? Oh god, DeviantArt. I haven't been here in ages. It's been ages. Now, wait a minute. I was told that it was the walls of Asgard, the scorched waste, and then the frozen wastes over here. But now the abyssal ocean is down here. The frozen wastes are up here. This doesn't make any sense.
Look, Mom, I'm doing a socialism.
True, Winby. Thank you for being more socialist than Karl Marx. I appreciate it.
Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism, the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.
10 out of 10. No, the bottom right of the map, that was the abyssal ocean. That's not a galaxy. Well, there is no galaxy, okay? That's all made up by NASA to keep you humble. Oh man, we need to look at Dick Wolf again. Maybe Richard Wolf has like come back around to being based. Like Richard Wolf, was hugely influential on me, and then COVID kind of broke his brain a little bit. Is there anything else on the agenda today? We have so much on the agenda today. I've just wanted to, like, respond to you guys before we move on. Oh, God. All right. Okay. So we need to talk about this. All right? We need to talk about this in more detail. So, folks, there's an attorney. His name is Mark Bankston. Now, if that name at all rings a bell here, that would be because Mark Bankston made a name for himself as the guy who sued Alex Jones over the Sandy Hook, on behalf of the Sandy Hook families. And yeah, Mark Bankston, indeed. You will all, of course, remember him from the moment of the Alex Jones court case where Mark Bankston basically ace attorneyed. Is there an edit? Is there an edit here? Yeah, here we go. Oh, come on.
So you did get my text messages. It said you didn't.
Wait, come on. Why? Why are you like this? Please, for the love of God. For the love of God, I want you to do one thing, YouTube. The fuck is this? All right, we're gonna scrap it. Cool. I love when it does things wrong. Let's go. Nope. We wanted this. Okay. All right, can you play the video? Can you play the goddamn video?
So you did get my text messages. It said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones, indeed. You didn't know where this came from. Do you know how I got this?
Mr. Jones, did you know that 12 days ago your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone?
Oh, God fucking damn it. Why? Why can't you play one clip? All right, we're gonna try this again from the top. We can do this.
So you did get my text messages. It said you didn't. Nice trick. Yes, Mr. Jones, indeed. You don't know where this came from. Do you know how I got this? Mr. Jones, did you know 12 days ago your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you sent for the past 2 years? When informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protected in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that's how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text about Sandy Hook. Did you know that? I see. I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone and...
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
And you said in your deposition you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones. Correct?
All right. Excellent. We did it. We fucking made it through. All right. I was so upset that it wasn't working. I'm glad we got it fixed. Okay. You might remember that moment. I feel like you guys remember that. That was such an amazing moment. Nope. Nope. We don't need this. We don't need any of these tabs. Okay. Took us a long way to get here, but you know what? We finally did it. We made it. Anyway, that's Mark Bankston. Mark Bankston, guy who did the Perry Mason moment on Alex Jones. Well, he's suing Elon Musk now. In 2018, I filed the first defamation lawsuits against Alex Jones, ultimately discrediting him in court. Today, I'm proud to announce I've filed suit against yet another notorious disseminator of false information, the owner of this platform, Elon Musk. Oh God, he's going after the kings. Let's go. Mark Bankston, more like Mark Kingkiller. Let's go. This new lawsuit was filed on behalf of Ben Brody, a 22-year-old recent college graduate who's been forced to take action due to Musk's astonishingly reckless conduct here on Twitter. So it seems fitting to post a Twitter thread to provide some information for the media and public about the case. Here is my statement. The lawsuit alleges that on June 27th, in yet another example of his growing tendency to spread false information, Musk falsely told the world... Catalina Gervax, thank you for the $5 dono. Musk falsely told the world that there was evidence indicating Ben Brody participated in a violent street brawl on behalf of a neo-Nazi extremist group. Musk also falsely told the world that Ben Brody's alleged participation in the extremist brawl meant the incident was probably a false flag operation to deceive the American public. Musk made these ridiculously false and damaging accusations based on a tweet he had seen from an anonymous right-wing extremist Twitter account from the revolting Groyper subculture. Musk amplified the accusations for 2 days before finally defaming Ben himself on June 27th. You can read the entire lawsuit posted at the bottom of the article below, and I will also summarize some of the details here. So basically, to summarize, Elon Musk both indirectly and directly defamed this 22-year-old by saying that he would, I guess Elon Musk just happens to hang with Nick Fuentes in Nick Fuentes' orbit, very strangely enough, and just happened to believe what an anonymous Groyper account was retweeting. You know, Groypers, famously very anti-Nazi. I'm kidding. Groypers love Nazis. Most of them are Nazis. The story begins on June 24th during Portland's Pride Night, when multiple right-wing extremist groups, irritated and triggered by the idea of public solidarity with queer people, decided to attend the event to vent their bigotry and intimidate Pride Night celebrants. However, during this event, a street brawl developed between a group of extremist Proud Boys and a rival group, Rose City Nationalists, a fellow right-wing extremist gang that uses neo-Nazi aesthetics. During the brawl, 2 masked members of the Rose City Nationalists had their masks removed. Video of the incident went viral on June 25th. Numerous online influencers urged their followers to identify the unmasked members. An anonymous internet user located a photo of Ben Brody on the social media account of his Jewish fraternity at UC Riverside. Based on nothing more than a passing resemblance between Ben and the unmasked neo-Nazi, an accusation was made. The social media post for Ben's fraternity stated that Ben planned to work for the government after college. Online accusers insisted this meant Ben was participating in a false flag to create an illusion of white supremacist gangs. Which, by the way, this is something you absolutely can see even right now. If you ask a lot of conservative commentators what they think about the neo-Nazis in Florida that are, flashing white supremacist symbols, hanging signs, chanting about the day of the rope, displaying swastikas, etc., etc., etc. they'll tell you, oh, those are feds. Those are just government agents trying to pretend to be conservatives. Yeah. On June 25th, a Dogecoin-themed Twitter user showed Musk a tweet from an anonymous right-wing extremist Groyper account making the accusation against Ben Brody, which included screenshots of the fraternity's social media posts stating Ben planned to work for the government. Musk responded by stating, "Very odd," which is really funny because he does that so often, it's become a meme. He just very odd is like the go-to like response that he has to like all new information, whether it's true or not. While not yet defamation, this was also pretty bad. Musk was amplifying unvetted slander against an innocent young man by being disseminated by an anonymous extremist troll and an anonymous cryptocurrency fan. As detailed in Ben's lawsuit, numerous Twitter users began immediately informing Musk that Ben was innocent. Yet early the next morning on June 26th, Musk also responded to Twitter user Matt Wallace, a cryptocurrency YouTuber who frequently vies for Musk's attention, after Wallace tweeted the same screenshots, noting that Ben planned to work for the government. Musk responded, quote, "Always remove their masks," unquote. This wasn't defamation either, but he's getting closer. And again, Musk was helping disseminate a bogus accusation against an innocent and increasingly terrified young man, which is an objectively awful thing to do. The same morning, Ben made an Instagram video trying to dispel the accusations. He also posted screenshots of debit card payments in Riverside. He even went so far as to request video footage from a restaurant he visited at the time of the brawl, which he also posted. Throughout the day, Twitter users continued to inform Musk that Ben Brody was innocent, and many of them provided a link to Ben's Instagram video, but it was to no avail. The following day, on June 27th, Musk threw the full weight of his celebrity behind the accusation and defamed Ben. He did it in response to a tweet from anonymous blog Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge is a notorious blog that has trafficked in some of the ugliest smear campaigns on the internet. It is well known for the role it played in spreading false facts about the victims and parents of Sandy Hook shooting. The Sandy Hook shooting. In fact, as seen in the clip below, InfoWars' response to one of Zero Hedge's blog posts on Sandy Hook was the impetus of one of the lawsuits I brought against Alex Jones. Irony loves company, it seems. One of the things I love about Mark Bankston is his sense of humor. Because, like, God damn, there is a dry rip, constant ripping on all of the people involved in this, on Elon Musk's behalf. It's great. In this case, Zero Hedge's tweet on June 27th stated, quote, "Patriot Front, white supremacist, unmasked as suspect Fed," unquote. Musk responded to the Zero Hedge tweet, and he declared to the world, quote, "Looks like one is a college student who wants to join the government, and another is maybe an Antifa member, but nonetheless a possible false flag situation," unquote. And I just have to say, oh yeah, you know, once you unmask a Nazi, what exactly makes them look like a possible Antifa member exactly? What are the facial characteristics of a possible Antifa member? Do they just have "I am Antifa" written on their forehead in permanent marker? Like, what exactly tips you off on that one? I'm very curious. Readers of the tweet who were familiar with the rumor immediately understood Musk was referring to Ben Brody by the college student who wants to join the government. In fact, numerous Twitter users replied to Musk's tweet throughout the day telling him he was wrong about Ben. But it didn't matter. Musk's endorsement of the accusation galvanized other social media users and influencers to continue their attacks and harassment, as well as post and share accusations against Ben that will remain online forever. Ben's lawsuit discusses the aftermath of this incident, but in short, Ben and his family were doxxed. and suffered an enormous wave of harassment and threats from belligerent strangers. Being defamed by someone as famous as Musk was an utterly terrifying experience, and it has left Ben stunned, disoriented, and worried about the consequences on his future. In the weeks following Musk's statements, it was apparent to Ben that his reputation had been catastrophically damaged, and that a huge number of people believed he was either a neo-Nazi or a provocateur in a psyop to commit political terrorism on American soil. Even apart from the damage to his reputation, Ben and his family were put through weeks of terror due to Musk's recklessness. And now Ben finds himself depressed, freaked out, and mentally distraught at the crucial moment when he exits college and enters his career path. Musk was informed through his attorneys on August 9th of the circumstances supporting Ben's claim for defamation, as well as Ben's distress that Musk had not taken any steps to retract his accusation. In response, Musk refuses to issue a retraction, declined to apologize, and will not engage in any discussion whatsoever about Ben's defamation claim. In fact, Musk's attorney indicated Musk will seek to shift fees if Ben attempts a lawsuit. In other words, if Ben even tries to seek redress in court for what happened to him, he must risk having the wealthiest man on the planet seek to collect fees against him. Ben is undeterred. He understands that a lawsuit is the only way he will be able to truly clear his name or change Musk's behavior. He is unbelievably brave to take on this challenge. I'll be posting updates about the progress of the case on this Twitter account when I can. I'm also going to try to answer some questions I anticipate many of you have. For example, question, can Ben prevail if Musk didn't identify him by name? Yes, the law has always recognized this. It is not necessary for Ben to be identified by name if people understood from reading Musk's tweets that it referred to Ben. See Bax v. Misko 486 numbers and letters. Series of numbers and letters. Defamation occurs whenever there is reasonable inference that some people who read the statement understood it referred to the plaintiff. In the replies to Musk's June 27th tweet, it's clear that numerous readers understood that that tweet to refer to Ben Brody. Many readers were already familiar with the rumor about Ben, and they understood Ben was the college student who wants to work for the government. In fact, it is not even necessary to prove Musk intended to refer to Ben, though obviously he did. It is enough to, if the reader correctly, or even mistakenly but reasonably, concludes it was intended to refer to the plaintiff. See Restatement 2nd of Torts 564. Question, does the law allow Musk to escape responsibility by using the phrase looks like in his tweet? No, it certainly does not. Quite the opposite. Looks like in this context means the information I've seen indicates. As the Supreme Court held in Milkovich, if a speaker gives their personal assessment of facts and they do not disclose the source of their information, they are liable if their conclusion is false. For this reason, a speaker cannot insulate themselves from liability by using words like I suspect, I believe, it appears that, or in my opinion. Importantly, there was no mention of Ben wanting to work for the government anywhere in the Zero Hedge tweet or blog post. Musk acquired information elsewhere, and he did not disclose where in his June 27th tweet. Readers of Musk's tweet could not assess the quality of Musk's source, which in truth was a weirdo extremist groyper. They simply had to take his word for it that he had seen information supporting the rumor that Ben was the unmasked neo-Nazi. Question. Will Musk really try to have the lawsuit dismissed as frivolous and seek legal fees against Ben? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows at this point? But Ben does know that unless he attempts to hold Musk accountable for such a reckless, false statement, many people will continue to believe the accusations or view him with a cloud of suspicion. And Ben knows that unless he takes action, Musk is likely to do the same thing to someone else, and it will be sooner rather than later. There'd be no incentive for this behavior to change. So now Ben turns to the courts to uphold a very simple concept. What Elon Musk has been doing to Ben and others is not tolerable. Win or lose, it is necessary that Ben take a stand and have his case heard in the justice system, regardless of Musk's power or wealth. Which, by the way, Elon Musk undeniably has the ability to just destroy someone's reputation. Remember when when those kids were trapped in the cave, and there was a diver overseeing the rescue efforts, and Elon Musk said something really dumb fuck, oh, let's build a mini submarine and we'll guide it through the caves. And the diver was just like, no, that would not work. That's stupid as hell. And then Elon Musk, in response, basically called him a pedophile. That guy has probably never stopped hearing people accusing him of being a pedophile because of Elon Musk. Yeah, no, like, he hasn't changed his behavior. He doubles down on it on every given opportunity. So Ben is correct here, actually, that if he does not take Elon Musk to court, this behavior will not change. Musk will not stop until someone stops him. It seems that responsibility now falls upon a shy 22-year-old whose life has been shaken by Musk's reckless conduct. I'm honored to assist him. You can read the entire lawsuit here. I, for one, am extraordinarily excited to see Mark Bankston knock another $1 billion off of a rich asshole's retirement fund. Let's go. Godspeed, Mark Bankston. Or should I say, Perry Mason. Let's go. Yeah, the Thai cave guy did try to sue Elon Musk. But also, I'm not sure if he tried to, like, that involves, like, international suit. That'd be hard to do, right? Yeah, I mean, he's probably not going to get $1 billion in damages, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm interested to see what they might be asking for. Yeah. So, Brody is seeking a jury trial in Austin, Texas, and unspecified damages of at least $1 million. And since this would be a civil trial, I believe that, like, the damages of at least $1 million is kind of like the starting point, and if they can show significant damage, like, the jury can then assign damages higher than that they believe might fit the damage the damage that was done. So that makes sense, right? Probably not going to be the astronomical amount that Alex Jones was fined, since that was for multiple families, you know? But it will still sting. Queen Bee, all I can say is I hope it goes to trial because it will be excellent television. Also, Alex Jones had terrible lawyers. Well, that's true. I'm guessing Elon Musk probably has decent lawyers, you know? Polydactyl black cat. OMG, this is bringing back all my memories of shipping Phoenix and Edgeworth. Honestly, they should kiss. How we doing? How we feeling, chat? Oh, you know what? This is fitting. This is a fitting way to end. This is a fitting way to end. Well, our Elon Musk segment. It's time for the new Ammon animation video. We're gearing up for weirdness and disturbing imagery informed by politics. I haven't seen it yet, but the newest one is called Elon Musk.
And when are you going to put your first man on the planet?
Best case 10 years, worst case 15. I mean, my guess for when we will have full autonomy is about 3 years. And it's like I said, the Earth-Mars orbital rendezvous is only every 26 months. We should be able to launch people probably in 2024 with arrival in 2025. I feel very confident predicting autonomous robotaxis for Tesla next year with no one in them next year. Mark my words. So buying a Model 3 is a good deal. It's financially insane to buy anything other than a Tesla. It'll be like owning a horse in 3 years. Mark my words. So all these things, I said we'd do them, we did it. Said we'd do it, we did it. So we'd build just sort of like you know, there were amphibians, you know, but then pretty much that things just become like land creatures.
What the fuck is this?
I mean, I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think we'll just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing.
I love that all of the Twitter employees are just gay. They're gay libs. I can't get over the pussy hats and the pink hair.
You know,
seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
Yeah.
Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, "What is Twitter"?
I mean, I just mean like literally, like there's like you could either try to amend the crazy stack that exists, or rewrite it.
When you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Who are you?
What do you mean, who am I? You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale?
I think Ammon Animation uses like actual sound clips of like Elon Musk, and like these aren't voice actors. These are real things that they have said.
System on the planet, buddy. Come on.
How dare you?
What the fuck? Is this?
How dare you? How fucking dare you speak to my lord, Elon?
Did they just did they just like rig a character model from Dark Souls 3? I think that's exactly what they did. These are like the little egg guys.
Musk like this.
Dark Souls 1, yeah.
You envious worm, you small-brained simpleton. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Failure to try to innovate at all comes with a big penalty. You'll be fired.
Have you seen my lord's latest meme? Of course I have. It was simply epic. Have you heard that Your Grace wishes to rename Twitter to X? Oh yes. What a genius idea. Twitter was just too well known. My lord truly is the greatest CEO in our history. I saw the Wraith once. He threw a curse on me I'll never forget. Farewell. Goodbye.
What the hell? I banned all of the Tesla critics like I was asked, and I just got fired for insufficient engineering.
I was also just fired.
Good riddance, you lazy heathens.
Lazy?
This is Ammon Animations.
You'll pay for that, scum. My lord works tirelessly, day and night, all for his love of humanity.
A friend of mine is like suggesting that I follow Thought Drive by posting more memes from them. They're just going to keep stealing their memes and posting them without giving them any credit.
Wow. You create your own memes, though, don't you?
I saw it create some memes.
Your meme king is strong.
Thank you.
It's Mark.
That's, for example, why I'm concerned about decreasing birth rates.
Why is that? I mean, the urge to have sex and to procreate is, after breathing and eating, the most basic urge.
Yeah.
How has it been subverted?
Well, it's just in the past, we could rely upon limbic system rewards in order to procreate. But once you have birth control and abortions and whatnot, now you can still satisfy the limbic instinct, but not procreate.
The fuck?
Which is depressing as hell.
The most depressing.
I mean, seriously, yeah.
War is less depressing.
Yeah, I'd rather go on a bang.
Yeah, and with your shoes on.
Yeah,
not with your
more
diapers
exciting.
on. Yeah.
Look in the sky. I can see it from here.
Jesus Christ.
Phobos. He was right after all of these years. Thank you, Elon.
Boss, I looked into why your metrics are down. Looks like people are just losing interest in your account. Advertisers are fleeing due to the infestation issue. It's not looking good, sir. Please, can I see my family again?
No! No! I was rooting for you. Oh shit, the neural implant.
My lord, you are the meme master. Made it
Foundationally, I love humanity.
What a fucking weird thing to make. Well, Senpai, that would make sense if Elon was actually good at doing things. Like, the Elusive Man actually could do shit, you know? True. Mars or Australia. Oh, I like this. This is nice.
hello there. As you can see, the
Oh yeah, this is Amon Animation's like self-insert character. I do really like that he has his monitor, suns out, guns out, let's go. Let's go. He's got suns out, guns out Sam, the rarest kind of Sam. Amazing. 10 out of 10.
Hello there. As you can see, the hamsters have consumed way too many almonds. As a result, my production has slowed down a bit. But don't worry, I'll get them into good shape soon. Anyway, I would like to thank the streamer PudgyCat, who provided the voice for this character. Please go and follow her on Twitch and check out her streams. She's a talented artist with a great voice. And I'd like to thank my patrons. If you're interested, I upload behind-the-scenes videos and tutorials on my Patreon. I also have a side YouTube channel just called
Cross
Elon
Crescent
Hawk, where I
Creed.
upload goofier content. That's all for now. Thank you all and farewell.
That was great. Also, VegCom, thank you for making the jump over to riverboat.gg.
That video may possibly have had a political message.
Maybe just a tiny one. Maybe just a little bit. Oh, Kyryu, thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub. Also, if anyone else would like to subscribe or gift subs, I would very much appreciate it, because that is what literally keeps me alive, and I've been going for about 3.5 hours. We missed the top of the hour ad break 30 minutes ago, so I'm doing it right now. Hey, do you like me being alive? Would you like to support that endeavor? Well, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream, especially because we're trying to hit 50 likes on the stream, and right now we have 39. We are 11 likes short on the YouTube stream. Get over there, you silly gooses. You gotta hit the like button. If you don't hit the like button, we all perish. Okay? We all perish. Why do you constantly make a duck face? Why do you constantly suck ass? Who knows? We're just built that way, I guess. Geese assemble! Good night, Gamer G. Hit the fucking button. I am Bill Dipperly. Slam Cedar. I would say it's more of a beautiful face. Thank you. Always funny to see when you talk to people we can't see. Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes the YouTubers be wildin', sometimes the Twitch chatters be wildin'. You know, happens. I'd like if Cedar slammed me. We all would like that. Going to bed? Good night, Silent. Get good sleep. How old is Sam? Old enough. God, we have so much to cover. Okay, chat. I'm pulling the trigger on the Cenk Uygur segment. All right, we're going to cover the Cenk Uygur stuff. Hope you are excited for that. Also, again, if anyone would like to gift some subs or donos, especially over on riverboat.gg, I'd appreciate it, because that literally is what helps me pay rent and not die and I like doing both of those things. I mean, I only like doing one of those things, but you kind of get the picture. You know, I still need to do the other thing. Hassan, wait, what is Hassan? Oh yeah, Hassan Uncle News. Sorry, I was about UNC. What's Hassan doing at UNC? All right. I need to close a bunch of extraneous tabs.
Including one of Trump's co-conspirators. I am considering running for president. So I'm going to explain both of those. Ideas, okay? And then we will start to begin to do those ideas in the real world together. But I put up a blog post about the first project we want to do together, paid family leave.
Come on.
Discussion show 6 to 8 p.m.com/regular show. Today, what it is, idea and you
we need to get to the part where he actually does it.
Work behind the scenes. Am I very seriously considering it? Is it a Operation Hope? It just happens to coincide.
Okay. So, folks, as we talked about a couple days ago, Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks is considering seriously running for president in 2024. I have a lot of doubts about this. I have a lot of reservations. And I do know that he gives his reasoning for why he believes he's eligible to run. I believe that this would be absolutely challenged in courts, but you know, he at least has a reasoning. I for one would like him to not. I second that, Avalon of Babylon. I don't see there being much good coming out of this. The reasoning that he listed prior when he announced this initially on Breaking Points was that he believes that if he can get to a significant percentage of support within the Democratic primary, he can, you know, trigger essentially other prominent Democratic figures like Gavin Newsom to enter the race. And I don't think that is going to work. Yeah, that is the reasoning that he shared when he initially floated this idea, Entrama. This would make a lot of his recent political posturing make more sense, but it also seems very, very strange. Like, very, very odd. One second. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. Is it ego? I mean, it at least in part it has to be, right? Is this some secret political chess move that I don't know about? Honestly, Entrama, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah. So anyway, let's see what he has to say. Sorry, my flow got completely derailed there. But let's see what he has to say. Let's let him clarify.
So coincide at this time. Now, is it a campaign yet? No. Am I very seriously considering it? Yes. Have I done some work behind the scenes to effectuate it? Yes, I have. Okay. Does that mean I've made a final decision on it? No. It depends on some of those things that are afoot here to see if we can execute it and execute it properly in a way that we could actually win. So if you're wondering why in the world I would consider this, especially given the fact that I was not born in America, I'm a naturalized citizen, I'm gonna explain that for you. Let me just break this down real quick, and then I'm gonna ask you to participate in this decision throughout the week. So the reasons for potentially running are, by far and away, number one is, I believe Joe Biden's going to lose. And now I believe a lot of people think that Joe Biden's going to lose, and we can get a better candidate. And it could be me, but it could also be any of the governors, Governor Whitmer, Governor Newsom, Governor Shapiro, Governor Beshear. These are all amazing Democratic governors, and they could all.
I mean, his primary line of reasoning here, LB, is not that he would win the presidency per se, but more so trigger other Democratic candidates to step forward because they think blood's in the water and they could possibly unseat Biden, which I don't think there is a snowball's chance in hell of actually happening. You know, like they're members of like the Democratic machinery. Like they've already been brought to heel. Like they've already publicly announced that they're not going to run. And I don't think there's a chance that they're going to start now, when if they were actually running, like they would have started gearing up, you know, months upon months ago.
All easily beat Donald Trump. And finally, I am not the only one saying that. Now we have a whole host of people, from Bill Maher to James Carville to even Joe Scarborough, David.
You shouldn't be getting your political takes from any of the people you just listed.
Ignatius at the Washington Post, and they're beginning to catch on to what I've been saying for some time now, which is Joe Biden was a hero for beating Donald Trump last time, but if he sticks around when he's 13 points lower than he was last time, and he barely won the Electoral College by 44,000 votes, he's going to be incredibly selfish, and he will unfortunately turn into the villain, the guy who gave away democracy just because he wanted a slightly better legacy of a second term. So in a sense, if I go in, I would be a proxy not just for myself and not just for progressives, but to bring in any other candidate so we can actually beat Donald Trump. And as I've told you guys many, many times on the Young Turks, that is the overwhelming number one goal. I believe Donald Trump is an actual fascist. I believe he tried to do a coup against America with this fake elector scheme. We've talked about it a lot. And I do not want to go quietly into that good night. And I do not want to run into that iceberg when I see the iceberg. So I'm going to do anything and everything possible to steer the ship away from the iceberg. So that is the overwhelming number one priority. But number two, since I'm a naturalized citizen, there is this mythology that you cannot run for president, and I'm sick of it. It is definitely wrong. It is constitutionally wrong. Case law proves that it is wrong definitively, but conventional wisdom persists. There's about 25 million naturalized citizens in America, and the very first thing we always hear is, "Ha ha."
Look, I just don't know how feasible this is, guys. Like, even just the numbers aren't adding up for me. Like the first Democratic primary for the 2024 election is like the very beginning of February, like the first couple days, like the second or the third or something. The idea that you can build a campaign to challenge Joe Biden in any meaningful way, to like put blood in the water for then mainstream candidates to be like, oh yeah, let's just gear up a national presidential election campaign in in like a month. No, I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen. It's the beginning of October. There's literally like 3 months between now and when the primaries start. Like the primary elections are held. You know, like
You can't run for president. Well, it's a way of alienating us and making us feel like, oh, you guys aren't as American as we are. And it's absurd. The Supreme Court has ruled it is absurd. And there's very clear case law about it. Not about running for president, but the fact that.
And right there, you just said the problem. There isn't clear case law about a naturalized citizen running for president. That case law doesn't exist. Like, yeah, naturalized citizens have all the rights of natural born citizens, but we have an archaic system, and one of the archaic holdovers is that the president needs to be a natural born citizen. That is a huge obstacle to overcome, and to just like ignore it. I do have to say, like, again, this makes more sense if his goal is to like show, oh, see, like I could run for like 2 months and be more popular than Joe Biden. But like, then you're not really running for president? Like that's not what you're doing. It's really weird. Yeah, and because there's no case law, because there's no like official ruling on this, like you'd have to also gear up for one of the biggest legal fights of the century. None of this makes sense. I just, it's weird, man. Am I a lawyer? No, I'm not a lawyer. But I know basic things, and I looked up a lot of this stuff after he announced a few days ago, just because I was like, what is going on here? I learned in civics class that like natural born was like one of those like key things. I remember people talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger making a run for the presidency, but then other people pointing out that he wasn't a natural born citizen, even though he is fully naturalized. And like, man, if Arnold Schwarzenegger isn't going to run for president, I don't know how Cenk can really like justify it in this same way. This is very strange to me. And Cenk should know this. He has a background as a lawyer.
Naturalized citizens have 100% identical rights as US born citizens, and that is because the Constitution was amended by the 5th and 14th Amendments. So if all I do was
no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentiment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject to for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Okay, the Fifth Amendment doesn't seem like it applies here, at least not in a conventional sense. 14th Amendment? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. That seems to be the relevant portion here. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that this necessarily applies either.
Was run in any campaign or anyone else. And they finally got the Supreme Court to say, of course they could run for president, as our previous case law shows, then that would be a great service to the country as well, I believe. And by the way, just really quick.
I sound like I went to law school? Well, I feel like that indicates that I'm doing my research, so I appreciate that a lot.
Ted Lieu is a United States congressman. In fact, he's my congressman. He came here from, his family came here from Taiwan when he was 3 years old. He's a colonel in the United States Air Force. Are we going to question his loyalty? We think he's more loyal to Taiwan. That's
again, I agree with Cenk here. I think naturalized citizens should be able to run for president. But that doesn't change the actual wording of our archaic system, you know?
Absurd. And in fact, the Supreme Court has said questioning people's loyalties like that is not only absurd, it's unconstitutional. I can give you countless examples. Patrick Bet-David is a right-wing leaning show that I went on recently. He's the host of it. He's an
Queen Bee, you gotta, if you want to share links, you either have to whisper a mod in Twitch chat, or you can come over to riverboat.gg. We had to disable link sharing over on Twitch because we got too many neo-Nazi hate raids. Sorry. I do watch a lot of Legal Eagle, it's true. I do like when handsome people tell me about legal structures.
Armenian Christian immigrated during the Iranian Revolution. His family fled Iran. He then was served in the 101st Airborne. His idea that he's loyal to Iran instead of America, it's absurd. And again, it doesn't matter that it's absurd. It's unconstitutional, as the Supreme Court has ruled.
Also, I can IP ban people who come over to riverboat.gg, which means
so that would be
if people share bad links, I can just straight up ban them and they can't come back. It's great.
Another great reason to go in the race. But back to the main issue at hand, which is Trump and Biden and who's going to win this election. That is far, far more important than anything else. The third reason I'd run is to give you guys an honest, strong, progressive option. And so what do I mean by that? You know my strength. What I mean by that is I will do anything and everything to pass the laws that we care about. So I will not listen to congeniality or etiquette or any of that nonsense. There will be no talk of parliamentarians. And we will pass things like paid family leave, public option.
Okay, now I love all of these policies that he's listing. You know, public option, paid family leave. I love these ideas. All of that, it needs to be predicated, though, on controlling the Senate and the House, which you can't promise as president. Like, the president can't unilaterally pass those things. So, I mean, you can try to get them through, of course, and I would love to see that, but like, why isn't he supporting Cornel West? Well, because Cornel West is running third party, whereas I think Cenk would be running within the Democratic Party. So that would be the difference here. Yeah, no, as far as I know, Paladin lost. There is no SCOTUS ruling regarding like naturalized citizens running for president of the United States. I think there are some rulings related to like people born on military bases being considered natural born citizens, but that's not the same thing. Yeah, there's like there were needed to be clarifications, like if you have two parents who are U.S. citizens, and like if you were born on like a military base, like those are like some exceptions that would include you as a natural born citizen. But as far as I know, becoming a naturalized citizen is not the same thing.
Higher minimum wage, etc. And number two, I'm honest. I'm not a regular politician. I don't really even want to do it. I love this job. This is the job I want to do. But for God's sake, isn't anyone going to argue for things that we all agree on? You've heard me, if you've watched Young Turks, say this 1,000 times. Paid family leave polls at 84%. What else do you need to fight for it, and to fight for it aggressively? So if it's someone like me, or perhaps literally me, I'm gonna fight like hell for you guys on incredibly popular positions. This should not be a novel concept, but unfortunately in American politics, it is. Everyone has their own agenda, no one has your agenda. So I will be honest, I will be strong, and yes, I'll be progressive. And if the mainstream media and others who usually savage progressives are concerned, oh my God, he might actually deliver for Americans and he's a progressive and not beholden to corporate rule, don't worry, guys. If I get to 20 to 25%, every governor in the country is going to come into this race, whether Joe Biden likes it or not. So everyone in
this calculation maybe would make more sense if he announced this like a year ago, you know? If he announced this like a year ago and was able to make it up to 20 to 25%. Because if he made it to 20 to 25% in the next 3 months, 3 months from now, the primaries start happening. He would have to make it to 20 to 25% in the next month and a half, maybe. If this had even a remote shot of happening, and frankly, I don't see that happening. There is no way in hell that is happening. So I'm left wondering, you know, there was a time where I considered Cenk's ability to like understand and suss out the political climate. I considered it very good, among some of the best. But this is either a horrible misread, or it's being done for reasons that are just not being made public. You know? I mean, it could just be a moonshot, and you know, maybe that is the case. But like, if it were a moonshot, then he wouldn't be doing multiple like, oh, I'm considering it. He would just do it, you know? And he'd be way more upfront about how big of a long shot this is, you know? Yeah, like, keep in mind, getting 1% of the vote means getting millions of people to vote for you. Millions of people. Like, just out of curiosity. Yeah, like, he would have to get, like, 1/5 of his audience to vote for him in the election. And I honestly don't know if he can do that. He overestimates TYT's base. I mean, frankly, he did so poorly in the California elections. I'm really baffled about this particular decision, you know? And maybe it's a publicity stunt for his new book. I don't know. I don't know. It could be an excuse to like do a publicity tour for his new book. I don't know. I don't want to be that cynical. Like, I've always respected Cenk quite a bit, but this is truly baffling stuff.
Washington knows that, and that is another excellent reason to run. So, but having said all that, there are great difficulties, and we will talk about that in the upcoming week. And then, like I said, I might literally ask you to weigh in and maybe even decide. So stay tuned right here for that.
If this is a serious proposition, you would not be putting it to your audience to vote on whether or not you run for president. Yeah, he has a new book out, I think, called Justice is Coming. Yeah, like, it sounds like he's gonna do an audience poll, LB. Exactly. Very strange. It does feel oddly reminiscent of Jimmy Dore and Force the Vote. It does.
And obviously an interesting week, an interesting circumstance we find ourselves in. But the most important point is Joe Biden has to win the race by 5 points. Any Democrat has to win the race by 5 points in order to win the Electoral College. And Joe Biden is nowhere near it and falling fast. So we have to act right now to get more Democratic candidates into the race because we must defeat Trump. All right, that's our first segment. We're gonna take a quick break here.
I just, I thought that would give us more insight into this, and it felt like just doubling down, like genuinely just him being like, oh, you thought that was weird? Well, I'm gonna make it even weirder. Remember when Jimmy Dore took super chats to run for president? Yeah, right? Oh god, dude. I don't think Cenk was as verbal, but he is definitely sticking up for her. Wait, what? I tried to get someone to raid you, but you put the wrong username in. Jason AFC, you'll get him next time. Thank you for advocating for me though. I appreciate it. Yeah, like Cenk went on that conservative show Valuetainment with Patrick Bet-David, and like talked about how he didn't want he wanted to like create a new type of progressive, like the mainstream progressives, as opposed to the far left progressives. It's I can't get that out of my head, It's so bizarre. And then Cenk and transphobia. Honestly, the issue of trans people has broken so many political commentators' minds. Like, the concept of like trans people existing and deserving respect, and then the concept of like non-binary people existing and deserving respect. Those are like the two lines where I feel like how people react to those two concepts are really kind of show where they're coming from, It's sad. Yeah. It is really sad. I deeply dislike my existence being like a negotiable part of left-leaning politics, or the existence of my non-binary like community and friends. I love being a political football. COVID broke a lot of brains. True. That also broke a lot of folks. Yeah. Non-binary people, you're valid, and you're loved, and you will always have a safe spot here in my community, okay?
Here is a rather stupid but funny video, something to lighten the mood, lol.
Oh, Lefty McLefterson, thank you for the $20 dono. That is incredibly generous of you. And yeah, we'll take a look at it. Oh God, Cenk, still here.
Ah, shit! Fuck! Horse manure! This is the second time I've been fucked by a Dairy Queen!
Okay, I can't watch this. I'm sorry. I don't know how to react to that. I'm too autistic for those types of reactions. Thank you for the $20 dono though. Been fucked by Dairy Queen. Nice to know he's into pegging. Let's see. Just out of curiosity. Oh, interesting. Just very, very interesting about, you know, very interesting that Cenk was talking about a 5-point lead is necessary to win. Well, look at this. Look at what YouGov just put out. Biden takes 5-point lead in hypothetical 2024 election contest against Trump. It remains close. And yeah, it's going to remain close because, frankly, the campaigns haven't really spun up yet. It's going to remain close because Biden is only positioning himself to run right now. He's not running yet. For God's sakes, the primaries aren't even over yet. Like, it just seems to me, right? If you're really concerned about this, you would be planning this not 3 months before the primaries. Yeah, like, both sides are doing really, really poorly, and also, the Republican candidate for president is probably gonna go to prison. I did want to see the new Ultimate Muscle trailer. Thank you for providing this, Altfact. We can wash the pain out of our brains with Ultimate Muscle, the wrestling anime. But are we gonna get Dick Van Dyke? Where's Dick? Give me that Dick. The best character. Zero out of 10. Dick Van Dyke is not in this trailer. 0 out of 10. For those of you who haven't seen the show, Dick Van Dyke is a humanoid dick, which is a type of deer. And yeah, he's named after the Dick creature. Yeah. He's my favorite character. It's pronounced Dick. Dick Van Dyke. True. He's also just the best character. I'm real excited for Ultimate Muscle, though. It is the silliest anime. If Trump gets a felony, does that mean he can't vote for himself? Probably Vijo. Yeah. I'd imagine. Give me that dick. Do 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 do. How we doing? How we doing viewership wise? Let's just take a look at numbers. Do 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 do. And by viewership numbers, I mean, good job, chat. Look at you guys. 54 likes on the stream. You did it. Thank you. That pleases me greatly. I appreciate y'all. Good job, chat. I'm rubbing your little peepo heads. Fuck yeah. Thanks for being good, peepo. Papercraft ASMR playing in the background. We got approval. You did good. Fusion Jack. The only thing that would please me more is if you guys hit follow over on Twitch and subscribe over on YouTube, and if you dropped some subs or donos over on riverboat.gg. That would please me immensely. Also, you should all watch the video where we go over Roseanne and the quartering bonding over shitting their pants in public. You should really watch that video because it's honestly incredible that that was ever even recorded for a variety of reasons. Little gay chatters in the computer. True. Even the straight chatters are still little gay chatters. That's on my watch later list. Excellent.
Breaking.
Wide averages of every country in Europe.
Nope. Okay. Here we go. Oh, we have so much content. Oh, here's just like a little bit of hopium for the day. Now, this guy's about to say a lot of hateful shit, but keep an eye on the people in the background.
The other thing that I'm going to bring to your attention today is an issue we have with a radical, woke, activist judge that is trying to pressure one of our school districts into going in and changing past birth certificates. I want to alert the board, we are seeing more and more of this where judges are acting way out of bounds. We see a lot of this coming from the Biden administration trying to force dictates onto our states and onto our individual schools. The reality is, a child's gender on their birth certificate is their gender. The other thing that I'm going to bring to your attention...
I just have to say, I think this lady represents the vast majority of people in America. Who's the hog? I believe he's a superintendent in Kansas, I want to say. But like, I feel like most people in America are this lady, where they see someone like this talking about like, oh yeah, the Biden administration is forcing transgenderism on our kids. They just see that and they're like, the fuck you talking about? You know?
Today,
I'm gonna watch it again because I want to.
With a radical, woke, activist judge that is trying to pressure one of our school districts into going in and changing past birth certificates. I want to alert the board, we are seeing more and more of this where judges are acting way out of bounds. We see a lot of this coming from the Biden administration trying to force dictates onto our states and onto our individual schools. The reality is
she just gave the middle finger to a guy unironically arguing states' rights. Yeah, sorry, I said Kansas. No, sorry, this is an Oklahoma superintendent. His name's Ryan Waters. I think he's made headlines a couple of times recently. For being, you know, shitty. Queen shit? Absolutely. Going to take a look at some more things. Do. Oh, okay. So, chat. There's a man by the name of Graham Linehan. A name only a mother could love. Who made waves a while back because he wrote on some relatively well-received funny shows. And he's a perfect example of a man who has been utterly and completely destroyed. Utterly and completely destroyed by an obsession with trans people. To the extent that, like, his wife left him, his life fell apart, he lives alone. He regularly writes about contemplating ending his own life. He is utterly pathetic. And recently, in what may be kind of a last gasp of relevancy of any kind, he called David Tennant, just a prolific actor in general, and one of the most popular actors to portray Doctor Who, an iconic British television character. He called David Tennant a child groomer. He implied that David Tennant was a pedophile because David Tennant wore a shirt that said "Protect Trans Kids," which absolutely based and wonderful for David Tennant to do, by the way. But Graham Linehan called David Tennant a groomer for wearing this shirt. And that has since blown up to be a controversy so utterly encompassing of Graham Linehan's, like, life that this happened. He reportedly lost his agent, which, you know, that agent stuck with him through, like, everything else, through him just decimating his own career. Okay? And he's just wallowing into ever lower lows. Why does this motherfucker have an agent? Because he wrote a lot of well-received comedy shows. And so he had a long-time agent. Doesn't anymore. Because they're tired of this shit. They're tired of this shit. And also just very funny. Today, a new interview dropped. Graham Linehan interview. I was looking at buildings, deciding which to jump off. Father Ted's creator was canceled for his views on trans issues and lost it all. Now, in an exclusive interview, he reveals who he blames. It'll be shocking who you think he blames. It's not shocking at all. He blames trans people. It's trans people. He blames trans people. He blamed trans people for literally everything in his life going wrong when his wife came to him and begged him. And he writes about this in his book, by the way. His wife came to him and was like, hey, I love you, but you keep obsessing over trans people to the point where it's weird and disgusting and it's ruining our relationship. And he just said, I'm sorry, I have to continue fighting gender ideology. And so she divorced him. Like, because he just couldn't stop talking about how much he hates trans people. But in this interview, right, this exclusive interview, he says some of the most insane shit. And including this, which is absolutely indefensible. He goes on to argue that the transgender movement produces no art, adding, there's no great trans film. There's no great trans creators of music. All the books that come out by trans authors are universally panned because of their incoherence. And, like, if you believe that, you just aren't paying attention, frankly. I guarantee you, some of your favorite things were made by trans people. Your favorite music? Good chance that some trans people had a hand in making that. Your movies? Good chance trans people either had a hand in making that, writing it, directing it, or doing something else behind the scenes. Literally, the Wachowski sisters wrote and directed The Matrix, one of the most influential films of all time, and they're both trans. like the composer behind The Shining was a trans woman. Wendy Carlos, one of the most influential synthesizer artists of all time. The video game Celeste. I mean, like, there are just so many. Kim Petras. Yeah, Gayfesh, I was literally just talking to my partner the other day, and, like, one of her acquaintances, like, literally emulated the style from The Matrix for, like, 20 years after it came out. You know, like, only recently stopped. Like, I mean, if you look at the video game industry, your ass is cooked, right? Also, if you look at books, trans people write so many goddamn books and comics, it's ridiculous. It's hard to, like, toss a rock into a young adult book section and not hit something written by trans people. I mean, hell, you can even just Google young adult book written by trans author. Do. Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow, 15 young adult books by trans and non-binary authors to support over J.K. Rowling. Wow. Also, these look dope as hell. Oh, they never write anything. Oh, The Wicked Bargain. The Beautiful Something Else. Oh my god, no one ever writes about trans people, or the trans people never write anything. Oh. Linky? Yeah, here you go. Or like, hey, Oh, I couldn't find any books. Oh, 18 best trans fantasy and sci-fi books. Oh, oh, look, oh god, the Black Tides of Heaven. Starless. Kai was trained to be the shadow of Princess Zaria, her protector, and is about to step into that role when he discovers a secret that's been kept from him his entire life. He is Bazim, born female and raised male, which explains his conflicted feelings, but creates more struggle. Does he really belong to the Brotherhood that raised and trained him? And where does he fit in their society now? And that's not even adding in the prophecy of a dark god rising, intent on total destruction. This book is absolutely gorgeous, full of wonderful prose and emotion that will grab you on the first page with a story that feels like it belongs on a shelf next to epics of old. Oh man, trans people can't create art. Dur. And, like, just on its face, this should be just seen as stupid, right? Because, like, a lot of trans people, we don't like going outside. It's scary out there. You know, people like Grand Lineham lurk around the bathrooms to try and harass us if we need to pee. We don't want to be out there. It's scary out there. So we're going to stay home and make art instead. We're going to stay home and, like, write. We're going to stay home and, like, play video games. I'll tell you something. Trans people make better art than Graham Linehan. Any trans person who's ever put pen to paper or finger to keyboard has written something better than Graham Linehan. Dude's brain is literally just paste and transphobia. Wasn't that one TERF lady advocating for cis men in America to get their guns and go patrolling the women's rooms? Yeah. Yeah, they're fucking crazy. I had a horrible podcast idea where me, Doe, and Luxander watch and review old Graham Linehan sitcoms. We call it the It's Crowd. Okay, that's not actually a terrible podcast idea. I'd listen to that. Oh yeah, Kelly J. Keen. Ironically, not the keenest tool in the shed. Yeah, he wrote the IT Crowd, yeah. Oh, also, I would personally recommend Kim and Kim. It's really good. It's a really good graphic novel about two space gays. Go, you should check it out, probably. It's good. I like it. Anyway, Graham Linehan is a loser, and it tickles me that he's both... That he's as far gone as he is. You know, let him fade to dust. He'll be happier that way. Oh, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired. Look, IT Crowd was carried very, very heavily by, like, the actors in the various roles, you know? It's, I mean, like, Matt Berry's a goddamn legend. Dude's just gold in anything he's in. So late I have to start making soup. 2 a.m. here, I'm still working. Oh god, I'm sorry. Well, folks, I think I'm gonna draw to a close here. I know we still have content to go over. I never did get to the Jamal Bowman fire alarm saga, but we'll talk about a lot of this stuff tomorrow, and it should be easier now that I've prepped a lot of it. Maybe we'll do China, Taiwan, Hassan tomorrow, and we'll talk a little bit more about the FTC filing charges against Amazon, or a lawsuit against Amazon. Talk more about like some worker rights stuff, wages and such. Talk about all that jazz, as well as anything else that might happen. Avalon of Babylon, I appreciate it. And if anyone wants to do one last sub or dono gift, I would very much appreciate it immensely and completely. Remember, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. It really, really does help when you guys hit the like button and the subscribe button. It gets this content out to more people. And we're getting closer to 2K follows, or 2K subscribers on YouTube, which is very, very exciting. Trade. Oh, let's raid into... Oh, let's raid into Caroline Kwan. I love Caroline. Good night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Get good sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.